Section 20 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 20, Chapter 6, The Organization of the Church by C.H. Turner, Part 4. It was a natural corollary of the principles of Western churchmen that the divine society could not possibly be bound to imitate the organization of the earthly society, which it was to supplant. Pope Innocent, in direct opposition to the practice of the East, wrote to Alexander of Antioch in 415 that the civil division of a province ought not carry ecclesiastical division with it. The world might change, not so the church. Therefore it was not fitting. Ad mobilitatem necessitatem mundanarum die ecclesiam commutare. Pope Leo refused his assent to the so-called 28th canon of the Chalcedon, not merely as an innovation, but because its deduction of the ecclesiastical primacy of Rome from her civil position was quite inconsistent with the doctrine cherished by the popes upon the subject since at least the days of Damasus. Here, then, we have a bifurcation of Eastern and Western ideas, leading to a clear-cut issue, which both sides appealed to the truth of facts. Which of them represented the genuine Christian tradition? Certainly the case of provincial organizations favored the Eastern view, for it was taken over bodily from the state. But then it was relatively modern. A far higher antiquity attached to the privileged position of the greater sees, and it was upon the origins and history of their privileges that the answer really turned. Of course, there never had been a time when some churches had not stood out above the rest, and the bishops of those churches above other bishops. The Council of Nicaea, side by side with the canons that prescribed the normal organization by provinces and metropolitans, recognized at the same time certain exceptional prerogatives as guaranteed by ancient custom. Ta archeia ethi. In Egypt especially, Alexandria eclipsed its neighbor cities to a degree unparalleled elsewhere in the East, and while it might not have been easy to sanction the authority, exousia of the Alexandrine bishop over the whole of Egypt, Libya, and Pentapolis, if it had been quite unique in the extent, the Nicene Fathers could shelter themselves under the plea that the same thing is customary at Rome. A gloss in an early Latin version of the canons interprets the Roman parallel to consist in the care of the suburbicarian churches, that is to say, the churches of the 10 provinces of the Vicariate of Rome, central and southern Italy, with the islands of Sicily and Sardinia. Over these wider districts, the Roman and Alexandrine popes, respectively, exercised direct jurisdiction, to the exclusion in either case of the ordinary powers of the metropolitans. The further prescription of the Nicene canon that, in the case of Antioch and in the other provinces, the churches were to keep their privileges, ta presbya, was understood by Pope Innocent to cover similar direct jurisdiction of Alexander of Antioch over Cyprus, and a version of the canons transcribed at Rome from the copies of the same pope defines the sphere of Antioch as the whole of Coeli Syria. What was it, then, that had given these 3 churches of Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch the special position of the antiquity of which the Nicene Council witnesses? Roman theologians from Damasus onwards would have answered unhesitatingly that the motive was deference to the Prince of the Apostles, who had founded the churches of Rome and Antioch himself, and the Church of Alexandria through his disciple Mark. But this answer is open to 2 fatal retorts. It does not explain why Alexandria, the see of the disciple, should rank above Antioch, the see of the master, and it does not explain why our earliest authorities, both Roman and non-Roman, so persistently couple the name of St. Paul with the name of St. Peter as joint patron of the Roman Church. Cyprian is the first writer to talk of the chair of Peter only. Therefore we are driven back upon the secular prominence of the 3 cities as the obvious explanation of their ecclesiastical dignity. Yet, if the appeal to history of the two councils which elevated Constantinople to the second place was thus not without a large measure of justification, their bold expression of Byzantine theory does not really, any better than the contemporary Roman view, cover the whole of the facts. If Francan influence in the ecclesiastical sphere depended more on anything else, on rank and influence in the civil sphere, it did not depend on it entirely. The personality and memory of great churchmen went for something. Carthage was no doubt the civil capital of the Diocese of Africa, and Milan of the Diocese of Italy, but it would be rash to assert that the inheritance which St. Cyprian left to Carthage and St. Ambrose to Milan was quite worthless or ephemeral. And if this was true of the great bishops of the 3rd and 4th centuries, it was still more true of the apostles whom the whole church united in venerating. Legends of apostolic foundation were often baseless enough, but their frequency testified to the value set upon the thing claimed. Throughout the course of the long struggle with Gnosticism, the teaching of the apostles was the unvarying standard of Christian appeal, and evidence of that teaching was found not only in the written creed and scriptures, but in the unwritten tradition of the churches and episcopal successions founded by apostles. Percere Ecclesiastis Apostolicus, cries Tertullian confidently to his adversary. Habemus ad numerari eos qui ab apostolos instituti sunt episcopi, in ecclesias et successionis eorum usque ad nos, is Irenaeus's rendering of the same argument, and both the Gallican and the African writer go on to select among apostolic churches the Church of Rome, istiquam felix ecclesiassa, maxime et antiquissime et omnibus cognite ecclesiae traditionem et fidem, as for themselves, the obvious witness of this teaching. From the 2nd century onwards, a catena of testimony makes and acknowledges the claim of the Roman Church to be, through its connection with St. Peter and St. Paul, in a special sense, the depository and guardian of an apostolic tradition, a type and model of other churches. The Pontificate of Damasus, 366 to 384, has been more than once mentioned in the preceding pages as the period of the first definite self-expression of the papacy. The continuous history of Latin Christian literature does not commence till after the middle of the 4th century. The dogmatic and exegetical writings of Hilary in Gaul, circa 355, and Marius Victorinus in Rome, circa 360, are the first factors in a henceforward unbroken series. On the beginnings of this new literary development followed quickly the movement, of which we have already noticed, symptoms in other directions for interpreting existing conditions and constructing out of them a coherent and scientific scheme. These conditions had grown up gradually, naturally, and almost at haphazard. It now seemed time to try to put them on to a firm theological basis, and in the process, much that had been fluid, immature, tentative, was crystallized into a hard and fast system. It fell to the able and masterful Damasus, in the last years of a long life and a troubled pontificate, to attempt what his predecessors had not yet attempted, and to formulate in brief and incisive terms the doctrine of Rome upon creed and Bible and Pope. A council of 378 or 379, after reciting the Nicene symbol, laid down the sober lines of Catholic theology as against the various forms of one-sided speculation, Enomian and Macedonian, Fontinian and Apollinarian, to which the confusions of the half-century since Nicaea had given birth, and the East could do no better than accept the tome of Damasus, as 70 years later it accepted the tome of Leo. Another council, in 382, published the first official canon of Scripture in the West. The influence of Jerome, at that time papal secretary, is traceable in it, and the first official definition of papal claims. Roman primacy, ceteris ecclesias praelata primatum obtinuit, is grounded with obvious reference to the vote of the Council of 381 in favor of Constantinople on no synodal decisions, but directly on the promise of Christ to Peter, recorded in the Gospel. Respect for Roman tradition imposes next a mention of the fellowship of the most blessed Paul, but the dominant motif reappears in the concluding paragraph, and the three sees whose prerogative was recognized at Nicaea are transformed into a Petrine hierarchy with its prima sedis at Rome, its secunda sedis at Alexandria, and its tertia sedis at Antioch. St. Augustine's theory of the civitas Dei was, in germ, that of the medieval papacy, without the name of Rome. In Rome itself, it was easy to supply the insertion, and to conceive of a dominion still wielded from the ancient seat of government as worldwide and almost as authoritative as that of the empire. The inheritance of the imperial traditions of Rome, left begging by the withdrawal of the secular monarch, fell, as it were, into the lap of the Christian bishop. In this connection, it is a significant coincidence that the first description, which history has preserved to us, of the outward habit of life of a Roman pontiff belongs to the same period, probably to the same pope, as the formulation of the claim to spiritual lordship. Ammianus was a pagan, but not a bigoted one. He professes, and we need not doubt that he felt, a genuine respect for simple provincial bishops, whose plain living and modest exterior commended them to the deity and his true worshippers. But the atmosphere of the capital, the ostentatio rerum urbanarum, was fatal to unworldliness in religion. After relating that in the year 366, 137 corpses were counted at the end of the day in the Liberian Basilica on the occasion of the fight between the opposing factions of Damasus and Ursinus, the historian grimly adds that the prize was one which candidates might naturally count it worth any effort to obtain, seeing that an ample revenue, showered on the Roman bishop by the piety of Roman ladies, enabled him to dress like a gentleman, to ride in his own carriage, and to give dinner parties not less well appointed than the Caesars. Some 40 or 50 years after Damasus, the Roman author of the original form of the so-called Isidorian collection of canons, incorporating in his preface the substance of the Damascene definition on the subject of the three Petrine sees, adds to Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch mention also of the honor paid, for the sake of James the brother of the Lord and of John the apostle and evangelist, to the bishops of Jerusalem and Ephesus. Mere veneration of the pillars of the apostolic church is not enough to account for this modification of the original triad. The reasons must be sought in the circumstances of the day. If Ephesus was said to have a more honorable place in synod than other metropolitans, it may be merely that Ephesus, the most distinguished church of those over which Constantinople from this time of St. John Chrysostom asserted jurisdiction, was a convenient stalking horse for the movement of resistance to Constantinopolitan claims. But it is also possible that the phrase was penned after the Ecumenical Council of Ephesus in 431, where Memnon of Ephesus was seated next after the bishops of Alexandria and Jerusalem. If the bishop of Jerusalem is accounted honorable by all for the reverence due to so hallowed a spot, and, nevertheless, the first throne, sedes prima, was never by the ancient definition of the fathers reckoned to Jerusalem, lest it should be thought that the throne of our Lord Jesus Christ was on earth and not in heaven. We cannot help suspecting that at the back of the writer's mind hovers an uneasy consciousness that the apostolic traditions of Rome, which were so readily brought into play against Constantinople, might find an inconvenient rival in Jerusalem. Not that at Jerusalem, apart from certain emphasis on the position of James, the Lord's brother, there was never any conscious competition with Rome, but it was true that at about the time that this canonical collection was published, the See of Jerusalem was just pushing a campaign of aggrandizement, carried on for over a century, to a triumphant conclusion. End of section 20. Section 21 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 21, Chapter 6. The Organization of the Church by C.H. Turner, Part 4. The claims of Jerusalem were comparatively modest at the start, and it did not occur to Damasus, for instance, that they need be taken into serious consideration. Two initial difficulties hampered their early course. Although Jerusalem was the mother church of Christendom and the home and center of the first apostolic preaching, Aelia Capotina, the Gentile city found by Hadrian, had no real continuity with the Jewish city on the ruins of which it rose. The Church of Jerusalem had been a church of Jewish Christians. The Church of Aelia was a church of Gentile Christians, and for a couple of generations, too obscure to have any history. A probably spurious list of bishops is all the record that survives of it before the 3rd century. Then came the taste for pilgrimages. In AD 333, a pilgrim made the journey all the way from Bordeaux, and the growing cult of the holy places. Jerusalem was the scene of the most sacred of Christian memories, and locally, at any rate, Aelia was Jerusalem. From the time of Constantine onwards, the identification was complete. The second difficulty was of a less archaic kind and took longer to circumvent. Aeolian Jerusalem did not even dominate its own district, but was quite outshone by its near neighbor at Caesarea. Politically, Caesarea was capital of the province. Ecclesiastically, it was the home of the teaching and the library of Origen, and the Origenian tradition was kept alive by Pamphilus the Confessor and by Eusebius, bishop of the church at the time of the Nicene Council. It was hardly likely that the council would do anything derogatory to the friend of Constantine, the most learned ecclesiastic of the age, and in fact, all the satisfaction that the Bishop of Jerusalem obtained at Nicaea was the apparent right to rank as the first of the suffragans of the province, like Autun in the province of Lyons, or London in the province of Canterbury. Local patriotism felt the sop thus thrown to it to be quite unsatisfying, and for 100 years the sordid strife for the first place, periproteo, as Theodoret calls it, went on between the Bishop of Jerusalem and the Bishop of Caesarea. In the confusion of the doctrinal struggle, it was easy enough for an Orthodox bishop to refuse allegiance to an Arianizing metropolitan, and Caesarea being in close relation with Antioch, it was natural for the bishops of Jerusalem to turn to their neighbors at Alexandria. Nor, we may suppose, was Alexandria disinclined to favor encroachment upon the territory of its Antiochian rival. Western churchmen, with their profound belief in the finality of every decision of Nicaea, looked coldly on the moment, and it is one of the counts in Jerome's catalogue of grievances against John of Jerusalem. But at the first council of Ephesus, with Cyril of Alexandria in the chair and John of Antioch absent, Juvenal of Jerusalem secured the second place, though he still failed to abrogate the metropolitical rights of Caesarea. At the Latrocinium of Ephesus in 449, again under Alexandrine presidency, he managed to sit even above Domnus of Antioch. The business of the Council of Chalcedon was to reverse the proceedings of the Latroconium, and it might have been anticipated that with the eclipse of Alexandrine influence, the fortunes of Jerusalem would also suffer. But a timely tergiversation on the doctrinal issue saved something for Juvenal and his see. The council decreed a partition of patriarchal rights over the east, between the churches of Antioch and Jerusalem. Very similar were the proceedings which established the autocephalous character of the island church of Cyprus. The Cypriots, too, began by renouncing the communion of the Arian bishops of Antioch. They, too, espoused the cause of Cyril against John at the Council of Ephesus, and were rewarded accordingly. And just as the Empress Helena's discovery of the cross served the claims of the Church of Jerusalem, so the discovery of the coffin containing the body of Barnabas the Cypriot, with the autograph of St. Matthew's Gospel, was held to demonstrate finally the right of the Cypriots to ecclesiastical isolation. With this evidence before us, it is hard to deny that the history of the generations which first experienced the fatal gift of Constantine supplied only too good ground for St. Gregory's complaint of contentions and strivings for dominion among Christian bishops. But though these contentions disturbed the work of councils, councils did not create them, and Gregory was hardly fair if he laid on councils the responsibility for them. Rather, in this direction lay the remedy and counterpoise, seeing that councils represented the parliamentary and democratic side of church government, stood, that is to say, in idea at least, for free and open discussion, as against the untrammeled decrees of authority, and for the equality of churches, as against the preponderance of metropolitan or patriarch or pope. No more grandiloquent utterance of these principles could indeed possibly be found than the words with which the Council of Ephesus concludes its examination of the Cypriot claim. Let none of the most reverend bishops annex a province which has not been from the first under the jurisdiction of himself and his predecessors. And so the canons of the fathers shall not be overstepped, nor pride of worldly power creep in under the guise of priesthood, nor we lose little by little, without knowing it, that freedom with our Lord Jesus Christ, the liberator of all men, purchased for us with his blood. And councils really were, at any rate, in two main departments of their activity: the organ, through which the mind of the federated Christian communities did arrive at some definite and lasting self-expression, namely, in the creed and in the canon law. In both directions, it is true, East and West moved only a certain part of the way together. In both, too, while the impulse was given by councils, the influence of the greatest churches added something to the completeness of the work. In the case of the creed, what became a universal usage in the liturgy was at first only a usage of Antioch and Constantinople. In the case of the canon law, the collective decisions of councils were supplemented by the individual judgments of popes or doctors before the corpus of either Western or Eastern law was complete. Nevertheless, it remains the fact that it was from and out of the conciliar movement that church law, as such, came into being at all, that the canons of certain 4th and 5th century councils are the only part of this law common to both East and West, and that, again, the only common formulation of Christian doctrine was also the joint work of councils, which for that very reason enjoy the name of ecumenical: Nicaea, Constantinople, and Chalcedon. 1. The origins of the Christian creed, or symbolum, are lost in the obscurity which hangs over the sub-apostolic age. We know it first in a completed form, as used in the Roman Church about the middle of the 2nd century. From Rome, it spread through the West, taking the shape ultimately of our Apostles' Creed. And one view of its history would make this Roman creed the source of all Eastern creeds as well. But a summary statement of Christian belief for the use of catechumens must have been wanted from very early times, and it is possible that what St. Paul handed over at the first to his Corinthian converts, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3, was nothing else than a primitive form of the creed. Anyhow, from whatever source it was derived, a common nucleus was expanded or modified to meet the needs of different churches and different generations, so that a family likeness existed between all early creeds, but identity between them of none. At the Council of Nicaea, the creed was for the first time given an official and authoritative form, and it was at the same time put to a novel use. The baptismal creed of the Church of Palestinian Caesarea, itself a much more technically theological document than any corresponding creed in the West, was propounded by Eusebius. Out of this creed, the council constructed its own confessions of faith, no longer for baptismal and general use, but as the form of sound words, by acceptance, of which the bishops of the churches throughout the world were to exclude the Arian conception of Christianity. The example of the Creed of Nicaea on the Orthodox side was followed in the next generation by numerous conciliar formularies expressing one shade or another of opposing belief. When the Nicene cause finally triumphed, the Nicene Creed was received all the world over as the expression of the Catholic faith, and the Council of Ephesus condemned as derogatory to it the composition of any new formula, however orthodox. The Council of Ephesus represented the Alexandrine position. At Constantinople, however, a new creed was already in use, which was like enough to the Nicene Creed to pass as an expanded form of it, and was determined in the end to annex both its name and fame. This creed of Constantinople had been developed out of some older creed, probably that of Jerusalem, by the help of the test phrases of the Nicenum and of further phrases aimed at the opposite heresies of the semi-Sabellian Marcellus and the semi-Arian Macedonius. It may be supposed that this creed had been laid before the fathers of the Council of 381, for at the Council of Chalcedon, where of course Constantinopolitan influences were dominant, it was recited as the creed of the 150 fathers of Constantinople on practically equal terms with the creed of 318 fathers of Nicaea. In another 50 years, the two creeds were beginning to be hopelessly confused, at least in the sphere of Constantinople, and the Constantinopolitanum was introduced into the liturgy as the actual Creed of Nicaea. In the course of the 6th century, it became not only the liturgical, but also the baptismal creed throughout the East. In the West, it never superseded the older baptismal creeds, except apparently for a time under Byzantine influence in Rome. But as a liturgical creed, it was adopted in Spain on the occasion of the conversion of King Ricarid and his Arian Visigoths in 589, and spread thence in the course of time through Gaul and Germany to Rome. 2. Canon law. Even more clearly than the creed, owed its development to the work of councils. The conception of a church law, ius ecclesiasticum, ius canonicum, was not matured till the 4th century, and then largely as a result of the new position of the Church in relation to the state and in conscious or unconscious imitation of the civil law. Down to the close of the era of persecutions, the discipline of the Church was administered under consensual jurisdiction without any written code other than the Scriptures, in general subordination to the unwritten canon, or regula, the rule of truth, the ecclesiastical tradition. Primitive books like the Didascalia Apostolorum and the Apostolic Church Order give us a naive picture of the unfettered action of the bishop as judge, with his presbyters as assessors. But as time went on, the question to be dealt with grew more and more complex. It became no longer possible to keep the world at arm's length, and the relations of Christians with the heathen society round them required an increasingly delicate adjustment. The simplicity of the rigorous discipline by which in the 2nd century all sins of idolatry, murder, fraud, and unchastity were visited with lifelong exclusion from communion, yielded at one point after another to the demands of Christian charity and to the need of distinctions between case and case. The problem became pressing when the persecution of Decius suddenly broke up the long peace, and multitudes of professing Christians were tempted or driven to a monetary apostasy. The Novantianist minority seceded, rather than hold out to these unwilling idolaters the hope of any readmission to the sacraments. The Church was forced to face the situation, and it was obviously undesirable that individual bishops should adjudicate upon similar circumstances in wholly different ways. It was here that St. Cyprian struck out his successful line. His first councils were called to deal with the disorganization which the persecution left behind it, and the bishops, at least of Africa, were induced to agree upon a common policy worked out on a uniform scale of treatment. There is, however, nothing to show that at Cyprian's councils any canons were committed to writing, to serve as permanent standard of church discipline. That crucial step was only taken 50 years later, as the persecution initiated by Diocletian relaxed, and the bishops of various localities could meet to take common counsel for the repair of moral and material damage. During the decade 305 to 315, the bishops of Spain met at Alvira, the bishops of Asia Minor at Ancyra and at Neo-Caesarea, the western bishops generally at Arles, and the codes of these four councils are the earliest material preserved in later canon law. The decision of such councils had, however, no currency in the first instance outside their own localities, and even the Council of Ars was a concilium plenarium only of the West. But the feeling was already gaining strength, and it was quite in accordance with the ecclesiastical policy of Constantine that uniformity was desirable even in many matters where it was not essential, and an ecumenical council offered unique opportunities of arriving at a common understanding. So, we find the Council of Nicaea issuing, side by side with its doctrinal definition, a series of disciplinary regulations, among which are incorporated, often in greatly modified form, some canons of the Eastern Council of Ancyra and some canons of the Western Council of Arles. These Nicene canons are the earliest code that can be called canon law of the whole Church, and at least in the West, they enjoyed something like the same finality in the realm of discipline that the Nicene Creed enjoyed in the realm of doctrine. Other canon than the Nicene canon, the Roman Church receives not. The Nicene canons alone is the Catholic Church bound to recognize and to follow, writes Innocent of Rome, in the cause of St. Chrysostom. Leo does not exclude quite so rigorously the possibility of additions to the Church's code, but the Nicene Fathers still exercise an authority unhampered by time or place. Mensurus usque infinem, mundi legis ecclesiasticorum canonum condiderunt, et apud noset in toto orbe terrarum. The principle was simplicity itself, but it came to be worked out with a naive disregard of facts. On the one hand, the genuine Nicene Code was not accepted quite entire, and where Western tradition and Nicene rules were inconsistent, it was not always the tradition that went under. The canon against kneeling at Eastertide is in all early versions that we can connect with Rome, entirely absent. The canon against the validity of the Paulianist baptism was misinterpreted to mean that the Paulianists did not employ the baptismal formula. On the other hand, many early codes that had no sort of real connection with the Nicene councils sheltered themselves under its name and shared its authority. The canons of Ancyra, Neo-Caesarea, and Gangra, possibly also those of Antioch, were all included as Nicene in the early Gallican collection. The canons of Sardica, probably because of the occurrence in them of the names of Hosius of Cordova, are in most of the oldest collections joined without break to the canons of Nicaea, and a rather acrimonious controversy was carried on between Rome and Carthage in the years 418 and 419 because Pope Zosimus cited the Sardican canons as Nicene, and the Africans neither found these canons in their own copies nor could learn anything about them in the East. The original form of the collection, known as Isidore's, was apparently translated from the Greek under Roman auspices at about this time. The canons of Nicaea are those quas sancta Romana recipit ecclesia, the codes of the 6 Greek councils Ancyra, Neo-Caesarea, Gangra, Antioch, Laodicea, and Constantinople follow, and then the Sardican canons under the heading Concilium Nicaeum 20 Episcoporum, que in Greco non habentur, sed in Latino invenientur ita. A Gallican editor of this version, later in the 5th century, combines the newer material with the older tradition in the shape of a canon proposed by Hosius, giving the sanction of the Nicene or Sardican Council to the 3 codes of Ancyra, Neo-Caesarea, and Gangra. We must not suppose that all this juggling with the name Nicene was in the strict sense fraudulent. We need not doubt the good faith of St. Ambrose when he quoted a canon against digamous clergy as Nicene, though it is really Neo-Caesarian, or of St. Augustine, when he concludes that the followers of Paul of Samosata did not observe the rule of baptism because the Nicene canons ordered them to be baptized, or for that matter, of Popes Zosimus and Boniface, because they made the most of the Sardican prescriptions about appeals to Rome, which their manuscripts treated as Nicene. The fact was that the 20 canons of Nicaea were not sufficient to form a system of law. The new wine must burst the old bottle, and by hook or by crook the code of authoritative rules must be enlarged, if it was to be a serviceable guide for the uniform exercise of church discipline. The spurious canon which the Gallic and Isidore fathers on Hosius puts just this point: Conia multa pretermissa suntque ad rohor ecclesiasticum pertinent, que iam priori synodo constituta sunt. Let these other acts, too, receive sanction. In the 4th century, the councils had committed their canons to writing. In the 5th century came the impulse to collect and codify the extant material into a corpus of canon law. The first steps were taken, as might be expected, in the East, somewhere about the year 400. And in the sphere of Constantinople Antioch, the canons of half a dozen councils held in that part of the world during the preceding century were brought together into a single collection and numbered continuously throughout. The editio princeps, so to say, of this Greek code contained the canons of Nicaea, 20, Ancyra, 25, Neo-Caesarea, 14, Gangra, 20, Antioch, 25, and Laodicea, 59. It was rendered into Latin by the Isidorian collector, and it was used by the officials of the Church of Constantinople at the Council of Chalcedon, for in the 4th session canons 4 and 5 of Antioch were read as Canon 83 and Canon 84, and in the 11th session canons 16 and 17 of Antioch as Canon 95 and 96. The canons of Constantinople were the first appendix to the code. They are translated in the Isidorian collection, and they are cited in the Acts of Chalcedon, but in neither case under the continuous numeration. When Diocletianus Exiguus early in the 6th century made a quasi-official book of canon law for the Roman Church, he found the canons of Constantinople numbered with the rest, bringing up the total to 165 chapters. His 2 other Greek authorities, the canons of the Apostles and the canons of Chalcedon, were numbered independently. The earliest Syriac version adds to the original nucleus only those of Constantinople and Chalcedon, with a double system of numeration. The one separate for each council, the other continuous throughout the whole series. And in the Digest of Canon Law, published about the middle of the 6th century by John Scholasticus of Antioch, afterwards intruded as Patriarch of Constantinople, the great synods of the Fathers after the Apostles are 10 in number, that is, not counting the apostolic canons. The councils proper are brought up to 10 by the inclusions of Sardica, Constantinople, Ephesus, and Chalcedon, and besides these, many canonical rules were laid down by Basil the Great. 2 features in the work of John the Lawyer illustrate the transition from earlier to later canon law. In the first place, the list of authorities is no longer confined strictly to councils, to whose decrees alone canonical validity as yet, attached in the 4th and 5th centuries. A new element is introduced with the canons of St. Basil, and by the time we arrive at the end of the 7th century, when the constituent parts of Eastern canon law were fully settled in the Quintus Sextine Council in Trullo, the enumeration of Greek councils is followed by the enumeration of the individual doctors of the Greek Church, and an equal authority is attributed to the rules or canons of both. In the second place, John represents a new movement for the arrangement of the material of church law, not on the older historical and chronological method, by which all the canons of each council were kept together, but on a system of subject matter headings, so that in every chapter all the appropriate rules, however different in date or inconsistent in character, would be set down in juxtaposition. 3 of John's contemporaries were doing the same sort of thing for Latin church law that he had done for the Greek. The deacon Ferrandus of Carthage, in his Breviatio Canonum, Chrysonius also in African in his Concordia Canonum, and Martin, the Bishop of Braga in northwestern Spain, in his Capitula. But the day of the Greek medieval systematizers was not yet. These tentative effects after an orderly system seem to have met at most with local success, and the business of canonists was still directed in the main to the enlargement of their codes, rather than to the coordination of the diverse elements existing side by side in them. Early Greek church law was simple and homogeneous enough, for it consisted of nothing but Greek councils. Even the first beginnings of the corpus of Latin church law were more complex because not one element but three went into its composition. We have seen that its nucleus consisted in the universal acceptance of the canons of Nicaea, and in the grafting in the canons of other early councils onto the Nicene stock. Thus, whereas Greek canon law admitted no purely Latin element, and in that way had no sort of claim to universality, Latin canon law not only admitted, but centered round Greek material. Of course, as soon as the idea of a corpus of ecclesiastical law took shape in the West, a Latin element was bound to add itself to the Greek, and this Latin element took two forms. The natural supplement to Greek councils were Latin councils, and every local collector would add to his Greek code the councils of his own part of the world, Gallic, Spanish, African, as the case might be. But just about the same time, with the commencement of the continuous series of councils, whose canons were taken up into our extant Latin codes, commences a parallel series of papal decretals. The African councils begin with the Council of Carthage in 390 and the Council of Hippo in 393. The decretals with a letter of Pope Siracius to Hymerius of Taranga in 385. Such decretal letters were issued to churches in most parts of the European West, Illyria included, but not to North Italy, which looked to Milan, and not to Africa, which depended on Carthage. As their immediate destination was local, not one of them is found in the early Western codes so universally as the Greek councils. On the other hand, their circulation was larger than that of any local Western council, and some or others of them are found in almost every collection. It would even appear that a group of some 8 decretals of Siracius and Innocent, Zosimus and Celestine, had been put together and published as a sort of authoritative handbook before the papacy of Leo, 441 to 461. Outside Rome, there were thus 3 elements normally present in a Western code: the Greek, the local, and the papal. In a Roman collection, the decretals were themselves the local element. Thus, Dionysius Exegesis' edition consists of 2 parts, the first containing the Greek councils, and by exception the Carthaginian Council of 419, the second containing papal letters from Siracius down to Gelasius and Anastasius II. But even the Code of Dionysius, though superior to all others in accuracy and convenience, was made only for Roman use, and for more than 2 centuries had only a limited vogue elsewhere. Each district in the West had its separate church law, as much as its separate liturgy, or its separate political organization. And it was not till the union of Gaul and Italy under one head in the person of Charles the Great that the collection of Dionysius, as sent to Charles by Pope Hadrian in 774, was given official position throughout the Franklin dominions. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 22, Chapter 7, Expansion of the Teutons to AD 378, by Martin Baynes. The race which played the leading part in history after the breakup of the Roman Empire was the race known as the Teutons. Their early history is shrouded in obscurity, an obscurity which only begins to be lightened about the end of the 2nd century of our era. Such information as we have, we owe to Greeks and Romans, and what they give us is almost exclusively contemporary history, and the few fragmentary statements referring to earlier conditions, invaluable as they are to us, do not go far behind their own time. Archaeology alone enables us to penetrate further back. Without its aid, it would be vain to think of attempting to answer the question of the origin and original distribution of the Germanic race. The earliest home of the Teutons was in the countries surrounding the western extremity of the Baltic Sea, comprising what is now the south of Sweden, Jutland with Schleswig-Holstein, the German Baltic coast to about the Oder, and the islands with which the sea is studded as far as Gotland. This, not Asia, is the region which, with a certain extension south, as far, say, as the great mountain chain of central Germany, may be described as the cradle of the Indo-Germanic race. According to all appearance, this was the center from which it impelled its successive waves of population towards the west, south, and southeast to take possession, in the end, of all Europe and even of a part of Asia. A portion of the Indo-Germanic race, however, remained behind in the north, to emerge after the lapse of 2,000 years into the light of history as a new people of wonderful homogeneity and remarkable uniformity of physical type, the people which we know as the Teutons. The expansion of the Indo-Germanic race and its division into various nations and groups of nations had, in the main, been completed during the Neolithic period, so that in the Bronze Age, roughly for the northern races, BC 1500 to 500, the territories which we have indicated above belonged exclusively to the Teutons, who formed a distinct race with its own special characteristics and language. The distinctive feature of the civilization of these prehistoric Teutons is the working of bronze. It is well known that in the north, a region where the Bronze Age was of long duration, a remarkable degree of skill was attained in this art. The northern Teutonic Bronze Age forms, therefore, in every respect a striking phenomenon in the general history of human progress. On the other hand, the advance in culture, which followed the introduction of the use of iron, was not at first shared by the northern peoples. It was only about BC 500, that is to say, quite 500 years later than in Greece and Italy, in the south of France and the upper part of the Danube basin, that the use of iron was introduced among the Teutons. The period of civilization, usually known as the Hallstatt period, of which the latter portion, from about BC 600 onwards, was not less brilliant than the later Bronze Age, remained practically unknown to the Teutons. The nearest neighbors of the Teutons in this earliest period were, to the south the Celts, to the east the Baltic peoples, Letts, Lithuanians, Prussians, and the Slavs, in the extreme north the Finns. How far the Teutonic territories extended northward, it is difficult to say. The southern extremity of Scandinavia, that is to say the present Sweden up to about the lakes, certainly always belonged to them. This is put beyond doubt by archaeological discoveries. The Teutons, therefore, have as good a claim to be considered the original inhabitants of Scandinavia as their northern neighbors, the great Finnish people. It is certain that even in the earliest times they were expanding in a northerly direction, and that they settled in the Swedish Lake district, as far north as the Dal Elf, in the southern part of Norway, long before we have any historical information about these countries. Whether they found them unoccupied, or whether they drove the Finns steadily backward, cannot be certainly decided, although the latter is the more probable. The Cetones, whom Tacitus mentions along with the Suiones as the nations dwelling furthest to the north, were certainly Finns. On the east, the Teutonic territory, which, as we saw, did not originally extend beyond the Oder, touched on that of the Baltic peoples, who were later known collectively by a name which is doubtless of Teutonic derivation, as Ists, Iestii in Tacitus, Germania 45. To the south and east of these lay the numerous Slavonic tribes, called Venedi or Veneti by ancient writers. The land between the Oder and the Vistula was therefore, in the earliest times, inhabited, in the north by peoples of the Leto-Lithuanian linguistic group, and southward by Slavs. On this side, also, the Teutons in quite early times forced their way beyond the boundaries of their original territory. In the 6th century BC, as can be determined with considerable certainty from archaeological discoveries, the settlement of these territories by the Teutons was, to a large extent, accomplished, the Baltic peoples being forced to retire eastward, beyond the Vistula, and the Slavs toward the southeast. It is likely that the conquerors came from the north, from Scandinavia, that they sought a new home on the south coast of the Baltic and towards the east and southeast. To this points also the fact, otherwise hard to explain, that the tribes which in historic times are settled in these districts, Goths, Gepidae, Rugii, Lamovii, Burgundii, Carinii, Varinii, and Vandals, form a separate group, substantially distinguished in customs and speech from the Western Teutons, but showing numerous points of affinity, especially in language and legal usage, to the Northern Teutons. When, further, a series of Eastern Teutonic names of peoples appear again in Scandinavia, those, for instance, of the Goths, Gothigoth, Gautar, Gotland, Grutungi, Greotungi, Rugians, Rugi, Raiger, Rogaland, Burgundiones, Borgundar, Homer. And when we find in Jordanes the legend of the Gothic migration, asserting that this people came from Scandinavia, Scansa Insula, as the Officina Gentium aut certe velit vagina nationum, the evidence in favor of a gradual settlement of eastern Germany by immigrants from the north seems irresistible. By the year BC 400, at latest, the Teutons must have reached the northern base of the Sudetes. It was only a step further to the settlement of the upper Vistula, and if the Bastarnae, the first Germanic tribe which comes into the light of history, had their seat here about BC 300, the settlement of the whole basin of the upper Vistula, right up to the Carpathians, must have been carried out by the Teutons in the course of the 4th century BC. It was with Celts that the Teutons came in contact towards the sources of the Oder in the mountains which form the boundary of Bohemia. Now there is no race which the Teutons owe so much as to the Celts. The whole development of their civilization was most strongly influenced by the latter, so much so that in the centuries next before the Christian era, the whole Teutonic race shared a common civilization with the Celts, to whom they stood in a relation of intellectual dependence. In every aspect of public and private life, Celtic influence was reflected. How came it, then, that a people whose civilization shows such marked characteristics as that of the Teutons of the later Bronze Age could lose these with such surprising rapidity, perhaps in the course of a single century? The earliest habitat of the Teutons extended, as we have seen, on the south as far as the Elbe. This river also marks the northern boundary of the Celts. All Germany west of the Elbe, from the North Sea to the Alps, was in the possession of the Celts at the time when the Teutons occupied the western shores of the Baltic basin. The vigorous power of expansion which this race displayed in the last 1,000 years of the prehistoric age has left its traces throughout Europe and even in Asia, and that is what gives it such importance in the history of the world. The whole of Western Europe, France with Belgium and Holland, the British Isles, and the greater part of the Pyrenean Peninsula, in the south the region of the Alps and the plains of the Po, has been, at one time or another, subject to their rule. Eastward, migratory swarms of Celts pushed their way down the Danube to the Black Sea and even into Asia Minor. The starting point of this movement was probably in what is now northwestern Germany and the Netherlands, and this region is therefore to be regarded as the original home of the Celtic race. Place names and river names, the study of which is a most valuable means of elucidating prehistoric conditions, enable us to prove the existence in many districts of this original Celtic population. They are scattered over the whole of western Germany and as far as Brabant and Flanders, but occur with especial frequency between the Rhine and the Weser. In the north, the Wartbach, northeast of Bremen, marks the limits of their distribution. In the east, the course of the Leine, down to Rossope. In the south, they extend as far as the Main, where the Aschaff, anciently Ascaffa, at Aschaffenburg, forms the last outpost of their territory. They are not found on the strip of coast along the North Sea, occupied later by the Chauci and Frisians, nor on the western side of the Elbe. From this we may safely conclude that these districts were abandoned by their original Celtic population earlier, indeed considerably earlier, than those to the west of the Weser, and also that the expansion of the Teutons westwards proceeded along two distinct lines, though doubtless almost contemporaneously, one westward along the North Sea, and one in a more southerly direction, up the Elbe along both its banks. With this view, the results of prehistoric archaeology are in complete agreement. We have determined the area of distribution of the Northern Bronze Age, which we saw to be specifically Teutonic, as consisting, in the earlier period, up to circa BC 1000, of Scandinavia and the Danish islands, and also Schleswig-Holstein, Mecklenburg, and West Pomerania, and therefore bounded on the southwest by the Elbe. But in the later Bronze Age, circa BC 1000 to 600, this territory is enlarged in all directions. On the south and west especially, to judge from the evidence of excavations, it extends from the point at which the Wertha flows into the Oder, in a southwesterly direction through the Spreewald and Flaming districts to the Elbe, then further west to the Harz, and from there northwards along the Oker and Aller to about the estuary of the Weser, and finally along the coastline as far as Holland. In Thuringia, the Celtic peoples maintained their hold somewhat longer. The northern part of it, above the Unstrut, may have received a Teutonic population in the course of the 5th century BC, the southern in the course of the 4th. On the other hand, the whole region westward from the Weser and the Thuringian forest as far as the Rhine was still in the possession of the Celts about the year BC 300, and was only conquered by the Teutons in the course of the following century. It may be taken as the assured result of all the linguistic and archaeological data that only about the year BC 200 the whole of northwestern Germany was held by the Teutons, who had now reached the frontier lines formed by the Rhine and the Main. About the close of the 5th century BC, a new civilization appears in the Celtic domain, a civilization which, from the fine taste and technical perfection of its productions, deserves in more than one respect to rank with that of the classical nations. This is the so-called Latin civilisation, which takes its name from a place on the north side of the lake of Neuchâtel, where especially numerous and varied remains of it have come to light. Where its center is to be located, we do not know. Somewhere, we may conjecture, in the south of France or in Switzerland. Starting from this point, it spread through all the parts of Europe, which were not under the sway of the Greek and Roman civilization. Following the course of the Rhone, of the Rhine, and of the Danube, it rapidly conquered all the countries in which Gallic tongues were spoken, and maintained its supremacy until the Greco-Roman civilization deposed it from its primacy. It was with this highly developed civilization, so far superior, especially in its highly advanced knowledge of the working of iron, to the northern, which still only made use of bronze, that the Teutons came in contact with their advance towards the southwest. It is quite intelligible that the Teutons, in the course of their 200 years of struggle with the Celts for the possession of northwestern Germany, should have eagerly adopted the higher civilization of the Celts. Vague reminiscences of the former supremacy of the Celtic race survived into historic times. Ac fuit antea tempus cum Germanos Galli virtute superarent. Ultro bella inferent, propter hominum multitudinem, agrique inopiam trans Rhenum colonias mitterent, writes Caesar, a piece of information which he must have derived from Gaulish sources. Here belongs also the Gallic tradition reported by Timagenes, according to which a part of the nation was said ab insulis extremis confluxisse et tractibus transrhenianis, crebritate bellorum et adductione fervidi maris sedibus suis expulsos. Caesar himself mentions a Celtic tribe, the Menapii, on the right bank of the lower Rhine. It is impossible to avoid the conclusion that the Celtic Tuscans of northern Hungary were originally settled in south-central Germany between the Erzgebirge and the Harz, but later, about BC 400, were forced out of this district by the pressure of the advancing Germans and retired in two sections toward the south and the southeast. About the year BC 200, the Teuton occupation of northwest Germany was, as we have seen, completed, having reached the Rhine on the west and the Main on the south. But the great forward movement toward the southwest was not to be stayed by these rivers. Vast waves of population kept pressing downward from the north, and giving fresh impetus to the movement. The whole Germanic world must at that time have been in constant ferment and unrest. Nations were born and perished. Everywhere there was pressure and counter-pressure. Any people that had not the strength to maintain itself against its neighbors or to strike out a new path for itself was swept away. The tension thus set up first found relief on the Rhenish frontier. About the middle of the 2nd century BC, Teutonic hordes swept across the river and occupied the whole country westward of the lower Rhine as far as the Ardennes and the Eifel. These hordes were the ancestors of the later tribes and clans which meet us here in the first dawn of history, the Eburones, Condrusi, Kairoisi, Paimeni, Segni, Nervii, Grudii, and also of the Texuandri, Sunuki, Baitusii, Caraces, who appear later, as well as of the Tungri, who after the annihilation of the Eburones by Caesar succeeded to their territory and position of influence. The Treveri, on the other hand, who had their seat further to the south beyond the Eifel, were doubtless Celts. The Teutonic invasion of Gaul must have taken place mainly in the second half of the 2nd century BC, but it was still in progress in Caesar's time. It may suffice briefly to recall in this connection the successful campaign of Ariovistus, the incursion immediately before Caesar entered upon his province of 24,000 Herudi into the country of the Sequani, the invasion of the Suebi under Nasua and Symbarius in the year 58, and of the Usipides and Tencteri at the beginning of the year BC 55. That there were even later immigrations of Teutonic hosts into northeastern Gaul may be conjectured from the absence of any mention by Caesar of several of the tribes which were settled here in the time by the empire, and this conjecture is raised almost to a certainty by the known existence of the Tungri. It was only later, in the time of the migrations of the Cimbri, and doubtless in connection therewith, that the frontier formed by the Main was crossed. It was, to the best of our information, a portion of the Suebi previously settled on the northern bank of this river, who were the first to push across it, and after driving out the Helvetii, established themselves firmly to the south of the river, and were here known under the name of Marcomanni, men of the marches. The name first meets us in Caesar, in the enumeration of the peoples led by Ariovistus. Their country, the Marca, extended south to the Danube. That the Tulingi, mentioned by Caesar as Venetini of the Helvetii, were of Germanic origin is put beyond doubt by their name, which is good German and forms a pendant to that of the Thuringi. But it will doubtless be near the truth to see in them not the whole nation of the Marcomanni, but only a tribe or local division of it, and doubtless its advance guard towards the south. In any case, it is evident from Caesar's account that numbering as they did around 36,000, of whom about 8,000 were warriors, they formed a united whole, with a definite territory, and were not merely a migratory body of Marcomanni gathered there, ad hoc. A remnant of the old Marcomanni of South Germany, who in the year BC 9 migrated to Bohemia, is doubtless to be found in the Suebi Necritis, whom we meet with in the time of the Empire on the lower Neckar. Further to the north, on the southern bank of the Main, near Mittenberg, we find the name of the Teutoni in an inscription which came to light in the year 1878. Hereupon certain scholars have arrived at the conviction that this locality was the original home of the Teutones, whom we hear of in association with the Cimbri, and so that they were not of Germanic but of Celtic origin, being of Helvetic race and identified with the Helvetic local clan of the Teugen of Strabo. This hypothesis must be absolutely rejected. There must have been some connection between those Teutoni and the Teutoni of history, but to conclude without more ado that the Teutoni were Helvetii, South German Celts, is to do direct violence to the whole body of ancient tradition, which consistently represents the Teutoni as a people whose original home was in the north. The simplest solution of the difficulty is that the Mittenberg Teutoni were a fragment which split off from the Teutonic peoples during their migration southward, and settled in this district, just as in northeastern Gaul a portion of the Cimbri and Teutones maintained itself as the tribe of the Aduatuci. The whole process of the expulsion of the Celts from South Germany must have been accomplished between BC 100 and 70, for Caesar knows of no Gauls on the right bank of the upper Rhine, and the Helvetii had been living for a considerable time to the south of the headwaters of the river which, as Caesar tells us, divides Helvetic from German territory. the first collision between the Teutons and the Greco-Roman world took place far to the east of Gaul. It resulted from a great migration of the eastern Teutonic tribes in the neighborhood of the Vistula, which had carried some of them as far as the shore of the Black Sea. The chief of these tribes was that of the Bastarnae. Settled, it would seem, before their exodus near the headwaters of the Vistula, they appear as early as the beginning of the 2nd century BC, near the estuary of the Danube. The whole region north of the Pruth, from the Black Sea to the northern slope of the Carpathians, was in their possession and remained so during all the time that they are known to history. Another Germanic tribe, doubtless dependent upon them, meets us in the same district, namely the Sciri from the lower Vistula. The well-known and much discussed Psephima of the town of Albia in honor of Protogenes mentions them as allied with the Galatai, and there has been much debate as to what nation is to be understood by these Galatai, and they have sometimes been conjectured to be Illyrian Celts, Skordiski, sometimes Thracian, sometimes the also Celtic Britolages, or the Teutonic Bastarnae, or even the Goths. The majority of scholars has, however, decided that these Galatians are the Bastarnae, whose presence in the neighborhood of Albia in the year BC 182 is attested by Polybius. There is, indeed, much in favor of this hypothesis, and nothing against it. The inscription, then, which is proved by the character of the writing to be one of the oldest found in this locality, would have been written about the time of the arrival of the Bastarnae at the estuary of the Danube, that is to say, about BC 200 to 180, and would therefore be the earliest documentary evidence for the entrance of the Germanic tribes on the field of general history. As early as the year BC 182, we find the Bastarnae in negotiations with Philip of Macedon. Philip's plan was to get rid of the Dardanians, and after settling his allies on the territory, thus vacated, to use it as a base for an expedition against Italy. After long negotiations, the Bastarnae in 179 abandoned their lately won territory, crossed the Danube, and advanced into Thrace. At this point, King Philip died, and after an unsuccessful battle with the Thracians, the Bastarnae began a retreat to the settlement which they had abandoned. But a detachment of some 30,000 men under Clondicus pressed on into Dardania. With the aid of the Thracians and Skordiskins, and with the connivance of Philip's successor, Perseus, he pressed the Dardanians hard for a time, but at last, in the winter of 175, he also decided to retire. In Rome, the intrigues of the Macedonian kings had been watched with growing mistrust and displeasure, which found expression in the dispatch of a commission to investigate the situation in Macedonia, and especially on the Dardanian border. This, therefore, is the first occasion on which the Roman state had to concern itself with Teutonic affairs. At that time, it is true, the racial difference between Celts and Teutons was not yet recognized, and the Bastarnae were therefore supposed to be Gauls. Before very long, 168, we find the Bastarnae again in relations with the king of Macedon. 20,000 men, again under the command of Clondicus, were to join him in his struggle with the Romans in Paeonia. But Perseus was blinded by avarice, and failed to keep his promises. Clondicus, therefore, who had already reached the country of the Maedi, promptly turned to the right about and marched home through Thrace. From this point they disappear from history for a time, only to reappear in the Mithridatic Wars as allies of that king, and they consequently appear also in the list of the nations over whom Pompey triumphed in the year 61. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 23. Chapter 7. The Expansion of the Teutons, by Martin Bang, Part 2. In the East, on the frontiers of Europe and Asia, the Germanic race attracted little notice. But in the West, about the close of the 2nd century BC, it shook the edifice of the Roman state to its foundations and spread the terror of its name over the whole of Western Europe. It was the Cimbri, along with their allies the Teutones and the Ambrones, who for half a score of years kept the world in suspense. all three peoples were doubtless of Germanic stock, we may take it as established that the original home of the Cimbri was on the Jutish Peninsula, that of the Teutones somewhere between the Ems and the Weser, and that of the Ambrones in the same neighborhood, also along the North Sea coast. The cause of their migration was the constant encroachment of the sea upon their coasts, the occasion being an inundation which devastated their territory, great stretches of it being engulfed by the sea. This is the account given by ancient writers, and we have no reason to doubt its truth. The exodus of all three peoples took place about the same time, and obviously in such a way that from the first they went forward in close touch with one another. First they turned southwards, probably following the line of the Elbe, crossed the Erzgebirge, and pressed on into Bohemia, the land of the Boii. Driven back by the latter, they seem to have made their way along the valley of the March, southwards to the Danube, and then through Pannonia into the country of the Skordiski. Here, too, they encountered, in the year 114, such a vigorous opposition that they preferred to turn westwards. That brought them into contact with the Tauriski, who had just, BC 115, formed a close alliance with the Romans. In the Carnic Alps was stationed a Roman army under the command of the consul Captain Papirius Carbo, which immediately advanced into Noricum. Carbo's attempt by means of a treacherous attack to annihilate the Teutons ended in a severe defeat. The way into Italy now lay open to the victors, but so great was the awe in which they still held the Roman name that they promptly turned away towards the north. Their route led them to the territory of the Helvetii, which then extended from the Lake of Constance as far as the Main. The Helvetii do not seem to have offered any resistance. Indeed, a considerable section of the Helvetii, the Tigurini and the Teugeni, attached themselves to the Teutonic migrants. The Germanic hosts then crossed the Rhine and pressed on southwards, plundering as they went. In BC 109, they halted in the valley of the Rhone, on the frontier of the Roman province of Transalpine Gaul, for the protection of which a strong army under the consul M. Junius Silanus had taken the field. The Romans attacked, but were defeated for the second time. Again, the Germans shrank from the invading Roman territory and preferred to plunder and ravage the Gallic districts, which they completely laid waste. Finally, in the year 105, they appeared once more on the frontier of the province, this time resolved to attack the Romans. Of the three armies which opposed them, that of the legate Marcus Aurelius Scaurus was the first defeated in the territory of the Allobroges. On the 6th of October followed the bloody battle of Arausio, in which the other two armies under the consul Captain Malleus Maximus and the proconsul Q. Servilius Caepio, in all some 60,000 troops, were completely annihilated. But instead of marching into Italy, the barbarians once again let the favorable moment slip, and thus lost the fruits of their victory. They divided their forces. The Cimbri marched away westwards, first into the country of the Volcae, and then on over the Pyrenees into Spain, where they carried on a desultory and indecisive struggle with the Celtiberi. The Teutons and Helvetii turned northwards to continue the work of plundering Gaul. In 103, the Cimbrian hosts made their way back to Gaul and reunited, in the territory of the South Belgic Veliocasses, with their comrades who had remained behind. Now, at last, they prepared a march upon Italy. In the spring of 102, the main mass of the united hordes began to move southwards. Only one section, of about 6,000 men, the nucleus of the later tribe of the Aduatuci, remained behind in Belgica to guard the spoils. Doubtless with a view to the difficulties of the passage of the Alps, especially in the matter of supply, the invading host was before long divided into 3 columns. The plan was that the Teutones and the Ambrones should make their way into the plain of the Po from the western side, crossing the maritime Alps, while the Cimbri and the Tigurini should make a wide flanking movement and enter from the north, the former by way of the Tridentine, the latter by way of the Noric Alps. But the attempt was planned on too vast a scale, and was wrecked by the military skill of Marius. The Ambrones and Teutones were annihilated in the double battle near Aquae Sextiae, summer 102, while the fate of the Cimbri overtook them in the following year. They had already reached the soil of Italy, into which they had forced their way after a victorious encounter with Quintius Lutatius Catullus on the Adige, when, 30th of July 101, on the plains of Vercellae, the so-called Campi Raudii, they were utterly routed by the united forces of Marius and Catullus. The Tigurini, who were to form the third invading force, received the news of the defeat of the Cimbri when they were still on the Noric Alps, and immediately turned round and retired to their own country. Thus, the great invasion of the northern barbarians was defeated, and Western Europe could once more breathe freely. We saw above that about BC 100, doubtless in connection with the appearance of the Cimbri and Teutones in South Germany, the line of the Main was crossed by the Germanic peoples, and the settlement of the territory between that and the Danube began. Less than a generation later, there was another attempt to extend the Germanic sphere of influence westward over Gaul. About the year BC 71, on the invitation of the powerful tribe of the Sequani, Ariovistus, chief of the Suebi, crossed the Rhine with 15,000 warriors to serve as mercenaries to the Sequani against their neighbors, the Aedui. But after the victory was won, the strangers did not return to their own land, but remained on the western side of the Rhine and established themselves in the territory of their employers, taking possession of about a third of it, presumably at its northern extremity. Strengthened by large accessions from the homeland, this Germanic settlement on Gaulish territory, it consisted of the Vangiones, Nemetes, and Triboci, and finally extended over the whole of the left side of the Rhine valley, eastward of the Vosges, soon became a menace to all the surrounding tribes. A united attempt, in which the Aedui took a leading part, to expel the intruders by force of arms, ended after months of indecisive fighting in a crushing defeat of the Gauls at Admada Taubergia, apparently in the year BC 61. Gaul lay defenseless at the feet of the victors, and they did not fail to make the most of their success. The Aedui and all their adherents were forced to give hostages and to pay a yearly tribute. None dared to oppose the conquerors, who already regarded the whole of Gaul as their prey. They pursued their work deliberately and systematically, constantly bringing in new swarms of their compatriots, chiefly Suebi and Marcomanni, and assigning them lands in the territories which they had subjugated. Settlers even came in from Jutland and Duci and Herudes, 24,000 strong, and on their arrival the Sequani were forced to give up another third of their territory to the newcomers. Thus, the power of Ariovistus became very formidable. The establishment of a great Germanic empire over the whole of Gaul seemed not far distant. At other points also the Teutons were preparing to cross the Rhine. It seemed as if the example set by Ariovistus would lead to a general invasion of Gaul, flood the whole country with Germans, and overwhelm the Gaulish race. The movement began on the Upper Rhine, on the Helvetic border. The Helvetii had been obliged, as we have already seen, to retire further and further before the pressure of the Germans, until finally all the country north of the Lake of Constance was lost to them, and the Rhine became their northern frontier. Even here they were not allowed to rest. A short time after the appearance of Ariovistus, the Teutons had again endeavored to enlarge their border toward the south, and there ensued a long struggle upon the Rhine frontier. It was only by their utmost efforts that the Helvetii were able to beat off the attacks of their opponents. Weary of the constant struggle, they at last resolved, BC 61, to leave their territory. This, as we have seen, they did 3 years later, when some smaller tribes, among them the Germanic Tulingi, threw in their lot with them. The Jura region, the entrance to southern Gaul, thus lay open to the Teutons. In the same year there appeared on the Middle Rhine, probably in the Taunus region, a powerful Suabian army. 100 Gauls, under the leadership of 2 brothers named Nesua, possibly Masua, and Symbirius, and threatened to invade from this point the territory of the Treveri on the opposite bank. Finally, there was a great restlessness also on the lower Rhine, among the tribes inhabiting the right bank, especially among the Usipetes and the Tencteri, in consequence especially of the repeated aggressions of the warlike Suebi. This was the condition of affairs when Caesar, BC 58, took up his command in Gaul. He was well aware of the danger to the Roman occupation which lay in these wholesale immigrations of Germanic hordes into Gaulish territory, and it was consequently his first care to take prompt measures to meet the Teutonic peril. It is well known how he performed this task, how he removed the haunting dread of a general irruption of the Germanic people into Celtic territory, and at the same time established security and order upon the Rhine frontier. The restoration of the conquered Helvetii to their abandoned territory in order that they might continue to serve, but now in the Roman interest, as a buffer state, secured Gaul, especially the valley of Rhone, against incursions from the direction of the Upper Rhine. His victory over Ariovistus destroyed the latter's vast levies, and with them his ascendancy, but not, and herein we see again the far-sighted policy of the conqueror, the work of colonization begun by the Germanic ruler. The tribes of the Vangiones, Nemetes, and Triboci, which he had settled in Gaul, were allowed to remain where they were, and like the Helvetii, were placed under the Roman suzerainty, while retaining their racial independence. Ut arserent, non ut custodirentur. But while Caesar allowed these settlements to remain, he repressed with all the greater energy all further efforts of expansion on the part of the dwellers of the Upper Rhine. True, the Swabian bands which in 58 had mustered on the right bank of the river had retired on receiving news of the defeat of Ariovistus, so that there was no fighting with them. But the attempt of Usipetes and Tencteri, the following year, to find a new home for themselves in Gaul led to a battle, in which a large portion of them perished, and the rest were flung back across the Rhine. Augustus assumed the offensive against the Teutons. Even though the extension of the Roman dominion as far as the Elbe effected by the brilliant military successes of the 2 stepsons of the emperor was of short duration, the year 89 witnessed the loss of the territory won by the expenditure of so much blood, of which it had been proposed to make a new province of Germania Magna. Yet the Rhine frontier was secured for a considerable time to come by a belt of fortresses garrisoned by an enemy of nearly 80,000 men. This frontier was not seriously threatened for 200 years thereafter. Throughout that period, except for a few insignificant raids, Gaul's eastern neighbor remained quiescent. It was only in the 3rd century that unrest shewed itself again, thereafter steadily increasing as time went on, and the cause of this was the appearance of 2 powerful confederacies which thenceforward dominated the history of the Rhineland, the Alamans and the Franks. While the expansion of the Teutons toward the west was thus barred by the Romans, it proceeded the more vigorously in a southward and southeastward direction. It is true that but little certain information has come down to us. The movements of population implied by the appearance of Marcomanni in Bohemia, the Quadi in Moravia, of the Naristi between the Bomerwald and the Danube, of the Buri, Lakringi, Victivali in the north of the Hungarian lowlands, are all more or less shrouded in obscurity, and it is but rarely possible to find a clue to their relations. About BC 60, the Boii had been forced by the advance of the Germanic races from the north to abandon their ancestral possessions. A portion of them found a dwelling place in Pannonia. Another portion, on its way from Noricum, joined the Helvetic migration. The north of the country, thus left unoccupied, was immediately taken up by the Hermunduric, Semnonic, and Vandalic bands, offshoots of the three great tribes which flanked Bohemia on the north. From them were doubtless sprung the peoples who at a later time are met with here at the southern base of the Sudetes, the Sudini, Bativi, and Corconti. They were followed by the Marcomanni, who doubtless in consequence of the military successes of Drusus in Germany made their way, under the leadership of their chief Marbod, to the further side of the Bomerwald and occupied the main portion of the former country of the Boii. The powerful kingdom which this Germanic prince established by bringing in further masses of settlers and by subjugating the surrounding tribes, even the powerful Semnones, the Langobards, the Goths, and the Lugi, Vandals, are said to have acknowledged his suzerainty, had no rival in northern Europe, and with its trained army of 70,000 footmen and 4,000 horse, soon became a menace to the Roman Empire. The importance which was attached to it, and to the commanding personality of its ruler by the Romans themselves, is evident from the extraordinary military preparations which Tiberius set on foot. 86. As is well known, the intervention of the Roman arms was not in the end called for, but what even they might not have been able to accomplish was effected by inner dissension. In the struggle for the supremacy of Germany against Arminius at the head of the Cherusci, and of all the other peoples who flocked to the standard of the Liberator Germanae, Marbod was defeated, and the fate of his kingdom was thereby decided. First the Semnones and Langobards ranged themselves on the side of his adversaries, then one tribe after another, so that he found his dominions in the end reduced to their original extent, the country of the Marcomanni. With the ruin of his empire, his own fate overtook him. Treachery in his own camp forced him to seek the protection of the Romans. The fall of its founder did not, however, affect the stability of the Bohemian king of the Suebi. Although the Marcomanni were never afterwards able to regain their ascendancy, they held their own far into the decline of the ancient world, in the country which they had occupied under Marbod's leadership. Indeed, after a time their power was so far revived that in alliance with the Quadi they were able to dominate the upper Danube frontier for fully a century. The earliest mention of the Quadi occurs in the geographer Strabo. He names them among the Suebian tribes who settled within the Hercynian forest, the mountains which form the frontiers of Bohemia. The country which they inhabited is nearly the present Moravia. Its eastern frontier was formed by the March, the ancient Maris. That they were of Suebian origin is clear from the express testimony of Strabo, as well as on linguistic grounds. The only point which remains doubtful is whether even before their coming into Moravia they had formed a political unit, or whether they were a migratory band sent out by one of the great Suebian peoples, perhaps the Semnones, which only developed into a united and independent national community after settling in Moravia. The former, however, is more probable. Like their western neighbors, the Marcomanni, the Quadi were the successors of a Celtic people. As the Boii had been settled in Bohemia, so in Moravia, from a remote period and down to Caesar's day, had been settled the Volcae Tectosages. Seeing that, about BC 60, the advance of the Teutons from the north over the Erzgebirge and Sudetes caused the Boii to leave their territory, it is probable that at the same time, or a little later, the peoples further to the east became involved in a struggle with the invaders. But whereas the Boii, by their prompt retirement, escaped the danger, the Tectosages, it would appear, were utterly destroyed. We find the Quadi soon after in possession of their territory, and since we get no hint of the fate of the Moravian Tectosages, the Romans cannot yet have been in possession of the neighboring country of Noricum. Their destruction must therefore have fallen before BC 15, when Noricum passed under the dominion of Rome. If this hypothesis is correct, the eruption of the Quadi into Moravia took place shortly after the Boii had left Bohemia. In any case, a considerable time before the occupation of that country by the Marcomanni. To the west of the Marcomanni, between the Bomerwald and the Danube as far up as the river Naab, were settled the Neristi. It is equally uncertain whence they came and when they appeared in this region. It is possible, though that is the most that can be said, that like their eastern neighbors they belong to the Suabian Confederacy. Tacitus certainly counts them as members of it, and that they are to be numbered among the peoples which, according to Strabo, Marbod had settled in the region of the Hercynia Silva. Guarding the flanks, as it were, of the southern territories of the Teutons lay two settlements planted by the Romans. In the west, the Hermunduri between the Upper Main and the Danube, and in the east, the Vannianic Kingdom of the Suebi. The former came into being BC 6-2, the Roman general L. Domitius Ahenobarbus having assigned to a band of Hermunduri the eastern part of the territory left free by the migration of the Marcomanni into Bohemia. The latter was created by settlement of bands of Suabian warriors belonging to the following of the fallen Suabian leaders, Marbod and Casvalda. The Maris is of course the march. The Cusis, as this Suabian settlement cannot have been very extensive, was probably the Vag, though it may have been the Gran, which lies further to the east. The Baimoi of Ptolemy are probably identical with these Suabians of northern Hungary, who come into notice several times in the course of the 1st century. As they disappear later, they were probably absorbed by the Quadi. Further towards the northeast, in the Hungarian Erzgebirge, and beyond in the upper regions of the Vistula, we find in the 1st century of our era the Buryr and Sidones. The former, who are mentioned as early as Strabo, were probably of Bastarnian, and the latter of Lugian origin. Further still, abutting on the eastern flank of the Sidones, were the Bergiones, Ambrones, and Frugundiones, doubtless also Bastarnian. If we now review the ethnographic situation in ancient Germany about the close of the 1st century AD, we find on its western frontier, in the eastern basis of the Lower Rhine, the Chamavi, the Bructeri, the Usipii, the Tencteri, the Chatuarii, and Tubantes. Further in the interior, on both sides of the Weser, the great tribes of the Chatti and the Cherusci. Further to the north, the Angrivarii, and on the North Sea coast, the Chauci and the Frisians. In the heart of the country, 3 powerful Suabian populations have their seat. On the western bank of the Middle Elbe, extending as far south as the Rhaetian frontier, the Hermunduri. North of them, on the western bank of the Lower Elbe, the Langobards. And beyond that river, in the basin of the Havel and the Spree, the Semnones, who were held to be the primitive stock of the Suebi. The eastern part of the country was mainly occupied by the Lugii. The tribes, too, which appeared later, in the wars of the Marcomanni, the Victivali, Astingi, and Lacringi, were doubtless also Vandalic. Northward, in the region of the Vartha and Netz, dwelt the Burgundiones or Burgundi. Further north still, on the Pomeranian Baltic coast, the Rugii and Limovi, next to whom on the western side came, with some of the smaller tribes, the Saxons. North of these again, on the Jutish peninsula, lay the Anglii and the Verini. Turning back to the Vistula again, we find on its eastern bank the Goths, who apparently by the beginning of our era had spread from the shores of its estuary to its upper waters. In the south, the portion of the Hermunduri which had its seat between the Main and the Danube formed the first link in a long chain consisting of Neristi, Marcomanni, Quadi, Buryr, and finally, beyond the Confinium Germanorum, the numerous branches of the Bastarnae. It was, therefore, a vast territory which the Germanic races claimed for their own, and yet, as was soon to appear, it was too narrow for the energies of these young and vigorous nations. On their north foamed the sea. To the east yawned the desert steppes of southern Russia. Thus, any further expansion could only take a westward or southward direction. But on one side as on the other lay the unbroken line of the Roman frontier. Any attempt at expansion in either of these directions must inevitably lead to an immediate collision with the Roman Empire. The storm which lowered upon the Bohemian mountains was soon to burst. Mighty forces were doubtless at work in the interior of Germany, which shortly after the accession of Marcus Aurelius stirred up the whole mass of nations from the Bomerwald to the Carpathians, and let loose a tempest such as the Roman Empire had never before encountered on its frontiers. In the summer of 167, hosts of barbarians mustered along the line of the Danube, ready to make an inroad into Roman territory. The Praetorian prefect, Furius Victorinus, was defeated and slain with most of his troops, and the invading flood poured forward over the unprotected provinces. Not until the two emperors reached the seat of the war, spring 168, was the plundering and ravaging stopped. The barbarians then withdrew to the further side of the Danube and declared their readiness to enter into negotiations. There, in the winter of 168-69, the plague broke out, with fearful violence in the Roman camp, and at once the complexion of events changed for the worse. In the spring, in the absence of the emperors, who on the outbreak of the epidemic had returned to the capital, the army, weakened and disorganized by disease, suffered another severe defeat, and the Praetorian prefect Macrinius Vindex met his death. Following up their victory, the Teutons assumed the offensive all along the line. A surging mass of people, Hermunduri, Neristi, Marcomanni, Quadi, Lacringi, Buri, Victivali, Astingi, and other tribes, Germanic and Iazygic, swept over the provinces of Raetia, Noricum, Pannonia, and Deid. Some detached bands even pushed their way into North Italy, laid siege to Aquileia, and destroyed Opitergium further to the west. But the danger passed as quickly as it had arisen. Effective measures were instantly taken. The flood of invasion was stemmed, and as it receded, the Romans, led by the emperor in person, took the aggressive. All the Teutons and Asiages who remained on the south bank were forced back across the river. So successful were the Romans that by the year 171 the Quadi sued for peace. In the following year, the Roman army crossed the Danube and laid waste to the country of the Marcomanni. Thus, the two most dangerous adversaries had been subdued, and the war seemed over. But by the year 174 the empire again found himself obliged to return to Germany. Scarcely had he entered the country of the Quadi, when the army was placed in a highly dangerous position by an enveloping movement of the enemy, and by want of water. Suddenly a torrent of rain descended, and the legionaries saw in the miracle a proof of the favor of the gods, and were inspired to fight with splendid valor, and gained a complete victory. This broke the resistance of the Quadi, and the Marcomanni were also forced to make peace. In 176 the emperor returned to Rome, and there celebrated, along with his son Commodus, a well-deserved triumph. In 177 Marcus rejoined his army with the purpose of completing the work of conquest. Two new provinces, Marcomannia and Sarmatia, were to be added to his empire and were to round off his northern boundary. The war began, apparently before the end of 177, with an attack upon the Quadi, after which the Marcomanni were to be dealt with. In the course of the 3 years' war, both peoples were so thoroughly exhausted that when the emperor suddenly died, 17th of March 180, their military strength was already broken. One of the first acts of Commodus, an unworthy successor to his father, was to make peace which surrendered to the all but beaten enemy every advantage that had been wrested from them. The struggle for the lands to the north of the Danube was at an end. Meanwhile, the Romans were confronted, about the close of the century, with a new and dangerous enemy to the west, in the angle between the Main and the frontiers of Upper Germany and Raetia, by the Alamans. As their name indicates, the Alamans were not a single tribe but a union of tribes, a confederacy. We hear somewhat later the names of several of the component tribes, the Juthungi, the Brisigavi, the Bucinobantes, and the Lentienses. Whence did they come? No doubt the nucleus of this confederacy was formed by the southern divisions of the Hermunduri. To these there may have attached themselves various fragments of people which had split off before and after the Marcomannic War, just as later, toward the middle of the 3rd century, the Semnones, in the course of a migration southward, probably joined this confederacy and were absorbed by it. Before long, as early as 213, the new nation came into contact with the Romans. So far as can be made out from the confused account which is given us of their first appearance, they had invaded Raetia, whereupon the Emperor Caracalla took the field against them, flung them back across the frontier, and advanced into their territory, carrying all before him. Before 20 years had passed, the Teutons, presumably the Alamans again, renewed the attack upon the Roman frontier defenses. So threatening was the situation that the Emperor Severus Alexander felt obliged to break off his campaign against the Persians and take over in person the direction of the operations on the Rhine. Negotiations had already begun before his assassination, March 235, but his successor, the rough and soldierly Maximin, brought new life into the campaign. Advancing by forced marches into the country of the Alamans, he drove the barbarians before him without serious resistance, laid waste to their fields and dwellings far and wide, and finally defeated them in the interior of their territory.
Section 24 of Cambridge Medieval History Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Hope for Swan. Cambridge Medieval History Volume 1, Section 24. By Martin Bang. So threatening was the situation that the Emperor Severus Alexander felt himself obliged to break off his campaign against the Persians and take over in person the direction of the operations on the Rhine. Negotiations had already begun before his assassination, March 235, but his successor, the rough and soldierly Maximin, brought new life into the campaign. Advancing by forced marches into the country of the Alamans, he drove the barbarians before him without serious resistance, laid waste their fields and dwellings far and wide, and finally defeated them far in the interior of their territory. The result of this campaign, the last war of offense on a large scale which the Romans waged on the Rhine, was the restoration of security to the frontier for a period of 20 years. Under Gallienus, probably about the year 258, the storm broke. With irresistible force the armies of the Alamans broke through the great chain of frontier fortifications between the Main and the Danube, and after overpowering the scattered Roman garrisons, poured like a flood across the whole of the Agride Commates, and established themselves permanently in the conquered territory. At the same time, Rhaetia became a prey to them. Nay, more, a strong force even crossed the Alps and penetrated as far as Ravenna. The invaders were, it is true, defeated by Gallienus near Milan and forced to retreat, but the country at the northern base of the Alps was lost, and its loss threw open to the Germanic hordes the gates of Italy. In addition to the ailments of the upper Rhine, there now appeared, on the lower course of that river, another dangerous enemy, namely the Franks. The frontier had scarcely ever been seriously threatened at this point since the days of Augustus, but now under Gallienus the situation was altered. Here also there had quietly grown up a confederacy which, under the name of Franki, the Free, presumably comprised the tribes formerly met within these regions, the Chamovi, Sugambri, and other smaller clans. Their name, first heard in the time of Gallienus, was soon to become even more terrible in the ears of the Romans than that of the Aemons. The first attack of the new League of Peoples upon the Rhine frontier occurred in 253. The districts on the Gaulish bank of the Rhine soon fell into the hands of the enemy. With great difficulty Gallienus succeeded in forcing them back across the Rhine, but others followed them, and there ensued a series of desperate struggles which lasted till 258. On the whole, the Romans had the best of it, even though their army was not large enough to prevent isolated bands of Franks from establishing themselves upon the left bank of the Rhine. In 258, Gallienus was called away to the lower Danube, which urgently demanded his presence. The confusion which was created in the Rhine district by the assassination in the following year of the emperor's son Valerian, who had been left behind as imperial resident at Cologne, by the ambitious General Cassianus Postumus, gave the Franks a welcome opportunity to make a new inroad into Gaul. Their bands ranged almost unresisted through the whole country from the Rhine to the Pyrenees, devastating as they went. Then they pushed on, as the Cimbri had done before them, across the mountains into Spain, and made havoc of that country for several years, reducing to subjection even great cities like Tarraco, while, like the Vandals after them, they also made a foray into Africa. As at the time of the Cimbrian War, the terror of the Germans spread through all the countries of Western Europe. Only after a considerable time, Postumus, a capable soldier and a well-intentioned administrator, was able to force the Germanic hordes out of Gaul and restore peace and security. But the Rhine became the frontier of the empire, and remained so as long as the empire lasted. From this time onward begins a period of incessant fighting with Teutons of the Rhine country, with the Aemons in the south and the Franks in the north. The weakness and exhaustion of the empire caused by inner dissensions becomes manifest. If Postumus succeeded in keeping the Roman possessions on the Gaulish bank of the Rhine essentially intact, his immediate successors were less successful. The country was left defenseless, and large portions of it were plundered and drained of their resources. Probus, indeed, whose short reign, 276 to 282, is a ray of light in these gloomy times, succeeded in clearing them out of Gaul, and even ventured to assume the offensive on the upper Rhine, in a brilliant campaign forcing the Aemons back to the further side of the Neckar. But such successes were but temporary. Only in the time of Diocletian does a durable improvement on the Rhine frontier set in, an improvement which was maintained for the next 2 or 3 generations. During this period a third set of invaders, in addition to the Franks and Aemons, appeared towards the close of the century in the Saxons, the terror of the British and Gaulish hosts. In the main, however, Gaul was suffered to enjoy peace, and with peace returned prosperity. Meanwhile, on the shores of the Euxine, there emerges a people with whose name the world was to ring for centuries, the Goths. Their original home had been, it would appear, in Scandinavia, and after their migration to the German Baltic coast, they had at first established themselves about the estuary of the Vistula. Then in course of time they had moved further southward along the right bank of that river, so that at the beginning of our era they appear as far south as the neighborhood of the Bohemian kingdom of the Marcomanni. How long they remained in this region we do not know, but it is not unlikely that their eastward migration falls about the time of the Great Marcomannic War. We are equally ignorant of the time occupied by this migration and the details of its progress. The only thing certain is that it reached its close no later than circa 230 to 240. The territory where the Goths at last took up their abode embraced the whole of the northern coast of the Black Sea. In the east it was separated by the Don from that of the Alani. In the west it bordered on the tract of country northward of the Danube delta and the Dacian frontier, which had been settled 400 years earlier by their Bastarnae and the Scyrri. Here the Goths divided into two sections soon after their immigration, that dwelling more to the west being known as the Tervingi, the inhabitants of the forest region, while the eastern division was known as the Gritangi, the inhabitants of the steppes. For the former the name Visigoths, Vescoti, came into use, at latest circa 350. For the later the name Ostrogoths, the signations, however, in which the meaning often is not absolutely certain, although the Western Goths and the Eastern Goths was an interpretation already known to Jordanes. The boundary between them was formed by the Dniester. Before long there appear alongside of them other Germanic peoples, the Gepidae, Taifali, Borani, Urgundi, and Heruli. The two first of these had some original link of connection with them. The Gepidae indeed appear in the Gothic legend of their migrations as an actual part of the Gothic nation. Whether they migrated to the Black Sea region at the same time as the Goths, or followed them later, must remain an open question. Towards the end of the reign of Severus Alexander, 222 to 235, the first indications of the appearance on the northern shores of the Black Sea of a new and powerful barbarian race, of a most warlike temper, had already become manifest, when the Greek towns of Olbia and Tyrus fell victim to the sudden descent of an unknown enemy from the north. A little later, under Gordian III, 238 to 244, its name is found. In the spring of 238, Gothic war bands marched southwards, crossed the Danube with the connivance of the Dacian Carpi, and broke into the province of Lower Moesia, where they captured and plundered the town of Istrus. The procurator of the province, Tullius Menophilus, 238 to 241, being unable to repel the invasion by force of arms, induced the Goths to retire by the promise of a yearly subsidy. But by 248 they had renewed their attacks on the Roman frontier in alliance with the Taifali, Astingi, and Bastarnae. Under the leadership of Argaith and Gunturic, their bands again broke into Lower Moesia, assailed without success the fortified town of Marcianopol, and plundered the unfortunate province again. But these first exploits of the Goths were completely thrown into the shade by the great invasion of Roman territory made at the beginning of 250 by the half-legendary King Cniva at the head of a powerful army. While the Carpi flung themselves upon Dacia, the Gothic attack was directed as before upon Moesia. Thence a strong detachment pressed onward over the undefended passes of the Balkans into Thrace, laid siege to Philippopolis, and even dispatched a plundering party into Macedonia. One division of the Gothic army, after vainly assaulting Novae and Nicopolis, was defeated in the neighbourhood of the latter town by the Emperor Decius in person, but this success was immediately counterbalanced by a reverse the Goths, while retiring southwards by way of Beroe, Augusta Traiana, the present Esquisagra, on the southern slope of the Balkans, defeated the Roman troops who were pursuing them. After this battle the victorious Goths effected a junction with their countrymen who were investing Philippopolis, and that city fell into their hands. The Romans, however, were now making extensive preparations in view of which the barbarians began their retreat. Decius, eager to wipe out the failure at Beroe, sought to bar their path, and in the hope of inflicting a crushing defeat upon them, engaged them near Abritus, about 30 miles southeast of Durostorum, Silistria, in June 251. The day, which began well for the Romans, ended in a fearful disaster. A great part of their army was destroyed, and the emperor himself and one of his sons were among the slain. The country from which the barbarians had just retired now lay once more defenceless before them. They were finally bought off by the promise of a yearly subsidy. The Gothic War of 250 to 251 had revealed in its full extent the danger which had lain hidden behind the mountains of Dacia. Later events did little to remove the terrible impression which the invasion of Cniva had left behind. On the contrary, the history of the eastern half of the empire, in the reigns of Valerian and Gallienus, Claudius, Aurelian, and Probus, is filled with incessant struggles against the Goths and their allies. For even Asia Minor was not exempt from their ravages. Besides the bands which swept down by the Balkans and back again, there were now others which came by the sea from the Crimea and Lake Macotis to ravage a constantly widening area of the coasts of Asia Minor, and which even penetrated to the inland districts. Especially prominent in these piratical raids were the Borani and Heruli, two peoples who here appear in history for the first time, side by side with the Goths. The first of these expeditions, made by the Borani in 256 against the town of Pityus on the eastern shore of the Black Sea, ended in failure, but by the following year these same Borani succeeded in capturing and sacking Pityus and Trapezus. Even more destructive was the expedition which, spring 258, was undertaken by the West Goths, starting by sea and land from the port of Tyrus. The whole western coast of Bithynia, with the cities of Chalcedon, Nicomedia, Nicaca, Apamea, and Prusa, was ravaged. The year 263, 264, and 265 also witnessed the vasting of the coastlands of Asia Minor by similar expeditions of the Pontic Teutons. Ilium, Ephesus with its renowned temple of Artemis, and Chalcedon were this time the victims of the barbarians. But all these exploits were far surpassed in importance by the great plundering expedition of the Heruli in the year 267. From Lake Maotis a fleet said to have been 500 strong sailed along the western shore of the Euxine, then through the Bosphorus, where they made a successful coup de main against Byzantium, through the Propontis, where Cyzicus was captured and the Hellespont, and onward past Lemnos and Skyros across the Aegean to Greece. Here on the classic soil of Attica, Argolis, and Laconia, the wild hosts of these barbarians made fearful havoc, and it was long enough before the bewildered provincial government ventured to oppose them. The defenders, in whose ranks the historian Dexippus of Athens played a leading part, gradually gained confidence, and when they had succeeded in destroying the ship, the invaders were obliged to retreat by the land route. Beaten by the Roman troops, their host rolled northwards through Boeotia, Epirus, Macedonia, towards their home, which they succeeded in reaching, although hard pressed by their pursuers, and at the very last compelled by the Emperor Gallienus to fight a battle in which they incurred heavy losses at the river Nestus on the boundary between Macedonia and Thrace. We have seen above how the Danube has been constantly threatened since the appearance of the Goths on the Black Sea, how invasion after invasion had descended on Dacia and Moesia. Soon after the accession of Gallienus, probably 256 to 257, Dacia, with the exception of the narrow strip between the Thames and the Danube, which continued to be held down to the time of Aurelian, together with a portion of lower Moesia, which lay to the north of the Danube, the present Great Wallachia, became the prey of the barbarians. Some of the West Goths settled in Great Wallachia and the Taifali in the Banat. The northern district, especially Transylvania, were occupied by the Victovoli, and Gepide, who at this time make their appearance among the enemies of Rome. The consequence of the loss of Dacia and Transdanubian Moesia was that the Teutons now became on the lower Danube, as well as elsewhere the immediate neighbours of the empire, that their territory being divided from it only by the river. Only once in this whole period of inward decay did the imperial powers succeed in winning a decisive victory. It was the achievement of the Emperor Claudius, whom his grateful contemporaries and successors have rightly adorned with the honourable title of Gothicus. In the spring of 269, the Teutons made yet another attack upon the empire, surpassing all former ones in violence. East Goths and West Goths, whom tradition here first distinguishes, Bastarnae, Puecini, Gepide, and Heruli, united their forces and advanced with a mighty army and fleet, estimated in the sources at 300,000 fighting men and 2,000 ships, against the Danubian frontier. Once more the province of Lower Moesia bore the brunt of their attack. The land army of the Teutons, in which lay their main strength, first made an unsuccessful attempt to take Tomi and Marcianople, then swept like a flood over the interior of the country, wasting and plundering as they went. Meanwhile, the fleet, which was manned chiefly by Heruli, sailed past Cyzicus into the Aegean and appeared before Thessalonica. Part of it remained there and blockaded the city. The remainder made a great plundering expedition which bears eloquent testimony to the seamanship and daring of these Teutons along the coasts of Macedonia, Greece, and Asia Minor, extending even as far as Crete and Cyprus. This was the situation when the Emperor Claudius reached the scene of war. At his approach, the besiegers of the hard-pressed Thessalonica had hastily drawn off northwards, and effected a junction with their kinsmen in Upper Moesia. The hostile forces met near Naissus. In the desperate struggle which ensued, the Teutons suffered a crushing defeat. What remained of their army was in part cut to pieces in the pursuit, in part driven into the inhospitable recesses of the Balkans, where the survivors surrendered. They were partly enrolled in the Roman army, partly in pursuance of a policy initiated by the Emperor Marcus, settled as colony in the devastated frontier districts. Thus the danger was averted from the empire, and the desire of its restless neighbours beyond the Danube to make expeditions on the great scale was damped for nearly 100 years. No doubt the inroads and piratical voyages of smaller Gothic warbands continued. Indeed, in the next 14 years, 270 to 284, there was fighting with bands in this kind, under Quintulus, Aurelian, Tacitus, and Probus. But all these incursions were easily repelled by the imperial government, which gained strength under Aurelian and Probus. Just at this time, too, there broke out a severe internal struggle between the Teutons of the Euxine and those of the Danube. The first aid called in by the Goths against the Tervingi was that of the Bastarnae, but the outcome of the struggle was that the Bastarnae were defeated and compelled to abandon the territory which they had held so tenaciously for more than 500 years. The expelled Bastarnae, said to have numbered 100,000 men, were taken under his protection by the Emperor Probus and settled in Thrace. After that, the Tervingi, supported by the Taifali, made war on the allied Gepide and Vandals, while the East Goths fought with their eastern neighbours, the Argundi, who under defeat were taken under the protection of the Alani. We can see that the whole of the Eastern Germanic world was in a state of wild uproar. On the middle Danube there had been no fighting worth mention since the Marcomannic War. We hear indeed of an incursion of the Marcomanni in the reign of Valerian, but, broadly speaking, the name of this once so warlike nation may be said to disappear from history. Their old comrades, the Quadi, often appear in association with the Aesigis from the time of Gallienus, when they made a descent upon Pannonia. There was further fighting with them in 283, as is proved by a coin of Numerian. However, they are in this period thrown into the shade by the other more dangerous assailants of the empire. Indeed, With the appearance of the Goths, the main struggle between the Roman and Germanic powers had shifted from the middle to the lower Danube. Shortly after the death of Probus, October 282, the ailments on the upper Rhine, and the Franks and Saxons on the lower Rhine, had begun their forays again. The eastern districts of Gaul were again overrun, while the coasts of the Channel were harried by Saxon pirates. The Burgundians had left their home between the Oder and the Vistula, and forced their way through the heart of Germany to the Main. When the government had been taken over by Diocletian, his colleague and after April 286 co-emperor Maximian entered Gaul in the beginning of that year. It was his first care, so soon as he had suppressed the insurrection of the Bagaudae, to put a stop to the piracy of the Saxons and Franks. He first cleared the left bank of the Rhine, drove the Heruli and Chivons, two Baltic tribes who had invaded Gaul, right out of the country, and basing himself on Mainz, conducted a successful defensive campaign against Alemans and Burgundians. The defence of the coasts was entrusted to a capable officer, Corrosius the Menapian, with a strong command and extensive authority. But when Carausius set up for emperor in Britain towards the end of 286, the Teutons found a fresh opportunity. The usurper even made common cause with the enemies of the empire and openly helped them. Maximian, indeed, repeatedly 287 and 291, gained successes against them, but the first decided improvement on the Rhine frontier was due to a new development of imperial organization, by which Gaul and Britain became a distinct administrative department with a governor of their own in the person of the General Flavius Constantius, March 293, who was at the same time appointed Caesar. The Franks were decisively defeated within their own borders, summer 293. Britain was reconquered for the empire, spring 296. Carausius himself had fallen a victim to a conspiracy in 293, and finally by two great victories over the Alemans on the upper Rhine, peace was at length restored, 298 to 299, and the Rhine was made secure, especially as regards the upper part of its course, by the building of forts and the restoration of the defensive works which had been destroyed by the enemy and had fallen into decay. Following the examples of Maximian, Constantius settled large numbers of prisoners of war, Franks, Frisians, and Chamavi, as laity and colony, in the wasted and depopulated districts of northeast Gaul. Here they were to cultivate the fields that had been lying fallow, to supply the labor that was sorely needed, and to aid in the defense of the frontier. The country rapidly recovered, trade and commerce began to flourish again, and the ancient prosperity returned. It was in this hopeful condition that the western provinces came into the hands of Constantine when, 25th July 306, he was called by the will of the army to take up the reins of government. During a reign of 31 years he thoroughly fulfilled the promise of his youth. From the first day of his rule he devoted all his efforts to the securing and well-being of the provinces. The Franks, who were again on the move, were energetically repressed. In the process 2 of their chiefs were taken prisoners and given to the beasts. Similarly, 4 years later, a combined attack of the Bructeri, Chamavi, Cherusci, Lancians, Alemans, and Tubantes was repulsed with heavy loss. These were the only occasions during Constantine's long reign on which the Germanic peoples of the Rhine district made any expeditions on a large scale. As regards the actual defense of the frontier, the number of troops was increased, the flotilla on the Rhine was reorganized and raised to a considerable strength, and the belt of fortresses along the frontier was improved. In this connection took place the reoccupation and refortification of Devitia, Deutsch, the old bridgehead of Cologne, which once more gave the Romans a firm foothold on the right bank of the Rhine on what had now become Frankish soil. The coast defence of Gaul and Britain likewise underwent further improvements. the establishment of a special military command in the later country, mentioned in the Notitia Dragunitatum under the title Comes Litros Saxonici per Britanniam, most probably goes back to Constantine. When the emperor towards the end of 316 left Gaul for the last time, the land was in the enjoyment of complete peace, and this happy state of affairs continued so long as the internal peace of the empire was preserved. The enemy on the further side of the Rhine was thoroughly overawed and ventured on nothing more than small violations of the frontier. Nevertheless, the peace did not endure. When Magnentius, a Frank by race, set himself up as emperor, 350, the security of the Rhine was immediately imperiled, since the Eastern Emperor Constantius himself incited the Teutons to attack the usurper and so to invade the empire. All that had been accomplished by Constantine was rapidly lost in the disastrous years of civil war between 351 and 353. The left bank of the Rhine was again overrun by the Teutons. The fortified positions, denuded of their garrisons, were almost all captured and destroyed, and the open country far into the interior of the province was plundered till there was nothing left to plunder. Although Constantius, after the suppression of the pestifera tyrannis, himself made 2 campaigns against the ailments, in the first, spring 354, against the kings Gondomad and Vadomad, in the second, summer 355, against the Lentienses, he effected practically nothing. It was only when the young Caesar Julian took up the command in Gaul that the situation began to improve. The whole year 356 was taken up in fighting against the ailments, who were driven back on all sides. A great number of towns, including Cologne, which had been captured by the Franks, were won back again. A serious defeat incurred in 357 by the Magister Peditum Barbaccio was retrieved by the brilliant victory of the Caesar over the united forces of Cnodomar, Serapio, Vestralp, and other kings, in all 35,000 men under 7 kings, reges, and then sub-kings, regales, at Argentoratum, Strasbourg. 2 further campaigns against the ailments in 359 and 361 were equally successful. On the lower Rhine also Julian defeated the Franks, the Chassis, and the Chamavi, 358 to 360. The tracts between the Scheldt and the Meuse were cleared of the enemy. 7 towns, among them the old fortresses of Bingium, Antunacum, Bonna, Novasium, and Vetra, all on the Rhine, were retaken and again put in a state of defense. Thus the young Caesar seemed in the way of bringing about a complete pacification of the Rhine country, when he was compelled to leave Gaul by the outbreak of conflict with Constantius, 361. Once again the country was left defenseless before the barbarians, who did not fail to profit by the situation. It was indeed high time when, after the death of Jovian, February 364, the new Emperor Valentinian entered the threatened province in the late autumn of 365 and took up his headquarters at Paris. So much had the situation altered for the worse since the departure of Julian that the ailments could venture in January 366 to cross the frozen Rhine and penetrate to the neighborhood of Chalons-sur-Marne. Here, indeed, they were defeated by the General Jovinus, who had hastened from Paris to intercept them, and were compelled to beat a retreat. But the danger was not done with. The guerrilla warfare continued on the frontier with its forays and surprises. Several years of vigorous actions were needed before any change was apparent. Following the old and well-tried maxim that the attack in the best defense is the best defense, Valentinian in 368 himself crossed the Rhine at the head of a considerable army, reinforced by contingents of Illyrian and Italian troops. Advancing into the country of the ailments, he came upon the enemy at Solicinium, Suls on the upper Neckar, and defeated them in a bloody battle. 2 smaller expeditions beyond the Rhine followed in the year 371 and 374. The result of this successful assumption of the aggressive by the Romans was, broadly speaking, the recovery of the Rhine frontier, which remained for the present exempt from serious attack. End of section 24. Recording by Hoforce 1.
Section 25 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 25, Part 4. During this time of military activity, the defenses along the whole line of the Rhine were strengthened. The existing castles and watchtowers were improved and many new ones were built. Indeed, a vigorous development of this old and well-tried system of frontier defense is the special merit of Valentinian. Taken generally, his reign marks a revival of the strength of the empire, inward as well as outward, and the results of his work upon the Rhine could be felt for a generation after his death. Thus his son and successor Gratian, 375 to 383, found for the most part his ways made plain, and a more peaceful situation obtaining on his arrival in Gaul than that which had confronted his father 10 years earlier. Nevertheless, he too had to draw the sword against the Alamans, who, mainly the tribe of the Lentienses, in the spring of 378 crossed the Rhine with a considerable force. A battle took place near Argentaria, Horburg near Colmar, in which the Romans gained a complete victory, destroying the greater part of the enemy. Thus, here on the Rhine frontier, the year 378 brought the Romans once more a complete success, the same year which in the east witnessed the breakdown of the Roman military power and the disastrous fall of the Emperor Valens. In contrast to the Rhine countries, the Danubian provinces had, since the death of the Emperor Probus, enjoyed comparative peace. The power of the most dangerous neighbor of the empire, the Goths, had been crippled for a long time, as we have seen, by Claudius and Aurelian, and more especially by the dissensions and struggles between the different tribes. These Goths in particular had, since the close of the 3rd century, been fully occupied with their own affairs and completely disappear for nearly a century. In the 4th century it is always the Western division, the Tervingi, of whom we hear, as is indeed natural, seeing that their conquest of Transdanubian Moesia under Gallienus had made them the immediate neighbors of the empire. No events of any great importance on the Danubian frontier are recorded down to the time of Constantine. True, an inscription of Diocletian and his colleagues of a date shortly before 301 celebrates a victory over hostile tribes on the lower Danube, which doubtless means the Goths, but these battles can hardly have been of any considerable importance. On the other hand, Constantine frequently had trouble with the Goths. After some inroads in 314, the frontier defences were strengthened by the building of the fortress Tropium Triani Adema Lissi, the removal of troops from the frontier during preparations of Licinius for another civil war gave the signal at the beginning of 323 for a new incursion of the Goths. Thanks to the rapid advance of Constantine, which brought him into his colleagues' territory, the invaders were intercepted before they had done any great damage, and after severe losses, including the death of their leader, Rausamad, were forced back across the Danube. After the end of the civil war, Constantine strove with unwearying zeal to improve the defences of the frontier. The line was protected by castles, and although the number of the frontier troops to whom was especially assigned the duty of garrisoning them, the militus limitanii, or ripariensis, was considerably reduced, there was no diminution, but on the contrary, a distinct increase of military security gained by the creation at the same time of a mobile field force. So strong did the Roman Empire feel itself at this period that towards the close of the reign of Constantine it even ventured to interfere in events on the further side of the Danube, where the Goths and Theophali were encroaching on the Sarmatians, who occupied the tract between the Theiss and the Danube. In response to an appeal of the Sarmatians for help, The emperor's eldest son, Constantine, crossed the river at the head of an army and in conjunction with the Sarmatians thoroughly routed the Teutons. 20 April 332. Doubtless in consequence of this defeat, which clearly brought home to them the military superiority of the empire, the warlike ardor of the Tervingi and Teofali was extinguished for a long time. Their impulse to expand the driving force of all their undertakings was exhausted for the present. The barbarians began to busy themselves with agriculture and cattle raising. As regards their relation to the empire, former conditions were reversed. By the treaty of peace concluded after their defeat, they nominally surrendered their independence and recognized the suzerainty of the Roman government, being pledged as foederati in return for yearly subsidies, anoni foederatici, to share in the defense of the frontier, and in case of war to serve as auxiliary troops. The peace continued for more than 30 years. From time to time there may have been slight disturbances of the peace. Of this indeed there is inscriptional evidence from the period of the joint rule of the three sons of Constantine, 337 to 340. But on the whole both sides strictly observed their compact. During this long period of peace, the West Goths underwent a revolution, primarily religious, but one which in its consequences affected the whole mental, social, and political life of the people, the introduction of Christianity. As early as the second half of the 3rd century, Christian teaching had obtained an entrance among them through Cappadocian prisoners taken in the sea expeditions against Asia Minor. There is no reason to doubt this fact, and it is equally certain that a century later there were among the Goths representatives of the most various schools of belief, Catholics, Arians, and since about 350, Audians. Accordingly, the beginnings of Christianity among the Goths of the Danube reached far back, and its diffusion among them took place under the most various and independent influences. Of a conversion of the nation there can be no question, at least as far down as the middle of the 4th century. Their conversion only begins with the appearance of Ulfila. Born of Christian parents about the year 310 to 11 in the country of the Goths, he grew up as a Goth among the Goths, although Greek blood flowed in his veins. One or other of his parents came of a Christian family from the neighborhood of Parnassus in Cappadocia, which had been carried into captivity by the Goths in the time of Gallienus, 264. First employed as a reader, he was at the age of about 30, that is to say about the year 341, consecrated as bishop of the Christian community in the land of the Goths by Eusebius of Nicomedia, the famous leader of the Arian party, at that time bishop of Constantinople. Equally efficient as missionary and as organizer, Ulfila gathered and united the scattered confessors of the Christian faith, and by his enthusiastic preaching of the gospel he won for it many new adherents. For 7 years he worked with great success among his fellow countrymen, and then he was suddenly obliged, around 348, to interrupt his work. A godless and impious prince, probably Anthonoric, inflicted cruel persecution on the Christians who dwelt within his dominion, by which the newly organized church was scattered and its bishop compelled to leave his home. Ulfila gathered together his adherents, or as many of them as had escaped the persecution, and fled with them across the Danube into Roman territory, where the Emperor Constantius gave him shelter. Here he lived and worked in the neighborhood of Nicopolis as the priestly and also as the political head of the Goths who had accompanied him in his flight until 380 or 381, in very truth the apostle of the Goths, and not least so in virtue of his great work of translating the Bible, by which he transmitted to his people the knowledge of the Holy Scriptures for all time. And although his missionary activity in his native land had early been brought to a close, yet the conversion of the whole Gothic race to Arian Christianity was nothing else than the harvest of that seed which he had sown in those first years of his work among them. Soon after the death of Constantius, 361, the friendly relations between the West Goths and the empire began to change. Scarcely had Valentinian and Valens ascended the throne when there was an open rupture, First, towards the end of 364, predatory bands of Goths devastated Thrace. At the same time, there was an incursion of the Quadi and Sarmatians into Pannonia. Then, in the spring of 365, the whole Gothic nation prepared for a great expedition against the Roman territory. Once more the danger was averted. Valens, although he was on the march for Syria and had already reached Bithynia, at once took vigorous measures to cope with it. 2 years later, however, came the long-expected collision. Valens himself advanced to the attack. He found a pretext in the ambiguous attitude of the Goths in recent years, especially in their having aided the usurper Procopius with a contingent of 3,000 men, winter of 365-6. In the summer of 367, the Roman army crossed the Danube, yet no events of decisive importance took place either in this or the 2 following years, for the war lasted till 369. The Gauls, who had chosen as their leader Anthanaric, skilfully avoided a pitched battle, and they withdrew into the fastnesses of the Transylvanian highlands. In the end, both sides were weary of the war, and negotiations were set on foot, which resulted in a treaty of peace, whereby the alliance with the Tervingi was formally annulled and the Danube was established as the boundary between the 2 powers. Immediately after the war, which had restored the status quo of the beginning of the century, and therewith the complete liberty of the Goths, the Romans set to work on a thorough restoration of the frontier defences. Numerous burgae, barrier forts, were erected along the line of the Danube, as we learn in part from the evidence of inscriptions. Yet at first the frontier remained undisturbed. Internal dissensions and strife, chiefly due to a general persecution of the Christians stirred up by Anthanaric about the year 370, withdrew his attention from external affairs. The Gothic prince showed the utmost ferocity against all Christians, without distinction of high or low, Arian, Catholic, or Audean, with the avowed intention of extirpating Christianity as dangerous to the state and deleterious to the strength and vigor of the nation. Probably in connection with this there arose around 370 a violent conflict between the 2 most influential chiefs, Anthanaric and Fritigern, which finally led to an open schism between 2 portions of the race. Fritigern was worsted, retired with his whole following into Roman territory, and placed himself under the protection of the emperor, who readily accorded him all possible succour and support. This step had an important result for the cause of the persecuted Christians, inasmuch as Fritigern, with all his followers, went over to Christianity and adopted the Arian creed. This conversion of Fritigern to Christianity, and moreover to Arian Christianity, powerfully influenced the further development of events, since on the one hand it prepared the way for the wider extension and final victory of Christianity among the Goths, and on the other hand it became a serious danger to the political existence of the nation when Arianism had been suppressed among the Romans, for it had acquired a virtually national significance for the Goths. The sojourn of Fritigern in Roman territory was not of long duration. Confident in the support of the Roman government, he returned with his followers to his own country and succeeded in maintaining his position against Athanaric. There seems indeed to have been a reconciliation between the rivals. Alongside of them, though doubtless inferior to them in power and influence, a whole series of important chiefs are mentioned by name in this period, among them Alvio, Munderic, Eriwulf, and Fravita. At the same time, however, Athanaric continued to exercise a certain primacy, although his position was not in any sense constitutionally defined. Among the Romans he always bears the title of Iudex, not Rex. These Goths, of whom we have so long lost sight, had in the meantime extended their dominions far and wide, a mighty empire extending from the Don to the Dniester, from the Black Sea to the marshes of the Pripet and the headwaters of the Dnieper and the Volga, had emerged from their continual wars of conquest against their neighbours, Germanic, such as the Heruli, Slavonic, and Finnish. The main portion of these conquests is doubtless to be ascribed to King Emmaneric, who had ruled over the Grutungi since the middle of the century, in contrast with the West Goths, who, as we have seen, down to the end of their residence on the Danube, were ruled according to ancient Germanic custom by principes or local chiefs. The East Goths had early developed a monarchy embracing the whole nation. It is doubtless to the inner strength which belongs to a firm and undivided exercise of authority that we are to attribute to the rapid rise of the young Ostrogothic state under its kings from Ostrogotha to Ermanaric, a monarch under whose vigorous rule it enjoyed its period of greatest prosperity and also met its fall. Such was the state of affairs when a nation of untamed savages, horrible in aspect and terrible from their countless numbers and ferocious courage, broke forth from the interior of Asia and threatened the whole of the West with destruction. These were the Huns. They were doubtless of Mongolian race and were probably natives of the great expanse of steppes which lies to the north and east of the Caspian Sea. Soon after 370 they penetrated into Europe and threw themselves with irresistible fury upon the peoples which came in their way. The Alani, who had to bear the first brunt of their attack, were soon overpowered and compelled to join their conquerors, and the same fate befell the smaller peoples whose settlements lay further north on the right bank of the Volga. The fate of the Ostrogothic Empire was now imminent. For a considerable time they succeeded in holding the enemy at the sword's point, but finally their strength broke down before the weight of the Asiatic hordes. Ermanaric himself died by his own hand rather than live to see the downfall of his kingdom. His successor, Vithimur, after several bloody defeats, met his death on the field of battle. All resistance ceased, and the whole people surrendered itself to the Huns. The invading flood rolled westward to encounter the Tervingi, 375. At the first tidings of the events in the neighbouring country, Athanaric called his people to arms and marched with a part of his forces to meet the Huns. The Gothic leader took his stand on the bank of the Dniester, but finding himself compelled to abandon this position by a crafty turning movement of the enemy, Athanaric gave up thenceforward all thought of resistance in the field, and betook himself to the impenetrable ravines of the Transylvanian highlands. But only some of the Goths followed him thither. The mass of the people, weary of hardship and privation, separated themselves and resolved to abandon their country. Under the leadership of their local chiefs, Alvio and Fritigern, they mustered their forces in the spring of 376 on the north bank of the Danube, and besought permission to enter the Roman Empire in the hope of finding a dwelling place in the rich plains of Thrace. The Emperor Valens graciously received their request and gave orders to the commanders on the frontier to take measures for the shelter and provisioning of this huge mass of people. The Gauls passed the river in boats and rafts, and hollowed tree trunks they made their way across and covered all the country round like the rain of ashes from an eruption of Etna. At first all went well. The newcomers maintained an exemplary attitude. Not so the Roman officials, the chief of whom was the Thracian Comus Lupicinus. They used the precarious position of the barbarians to their own profit, taking advantage of them in every possible way. It was not long before their shameless injustice aroused the deep resentment of the Teutons, among whom famine had already set in. Things soon came to open rupture. In the immediate neighbourhood of Marcianople, a bloody battle was fought between the infuriated Teutons and the soldiers of Lupicinus. The Romans were almost annihilated. Their leader took refuge behind the strong walls of the town, which was immediately invested by the main body of the Tervingian forces. Other divisions scattered over the plains, plundering as they went. All attempts of the barbarians failed to take the town by storm. So Fritigern made his peace with stone walls. A strong force remained before the place as an army of observation, while the main body turned, as detachments of it had done before, to the plundering of the adjoining districts of Moesia. Once more the country suffered fearfully, and to complete its misery, other bands of plunderers now joined the Goths. Diaphali, Alani, and even Huns were drawn across the Danube by the hope of plundering and ravaging these fertile provinces. This was in the summer of 377. Troops were hurried up from all sides for the defence of the threatened provinces. Even Gratian sent aid from the west. Meanwhile the Goths had overrun all Moesia. Not only had the bloody battle fought at a place called Salices, late summer 377, been indecisive and cost the Romans heavy losses, but a strong detachment of Roman troops under the tribune Barzimiris, a Teuton by race, had been cut to pieces at Debaltus, a success which the Dukes Frigiridus, likewise of Teutonic birth, gained over the Diaphali, and a company of the Grutungi under their chief Farnobius was not much to balance this, and did not alter the fact that Thrace, which after the battle of Salices had been overrun by the Teutons, remained a prey to them. Finally, 30 May 378, Valens arrived at Constantinople. As soon as Fritigern, who lay in the neighbourhood of Hadrianople, heard of the emperor's arrival, he gave the order for the widely scattered Gothic forces to unite. From this point onward, events followed in quick succession. At first, the fortune of war seemed to smile upon the Romans, making Hadrianople his base. Sebastianus, the commander of reinforcements sent by Gratian, succeeded in inflicting a reverse upon the Goths. Fritigern thereupon retired to the neighbourhood of Kabyle, and there concentrated his forces. Thereupon Valens, on his part, advanced to Hadrianople, resolved to venture upon a decisive stroke. He had set his heart upon meeting his nephew Gratian, who was hastening up from the west with the news of a great victory. And so, 9 August 378, battle was joined near Hadrianople. It resulted in a terrible defeat of the Romans, in which the emperor himself was slain. More than two-thirds of his army, the flower of the military forces of the East, was left upon the field of battle. It was in truth a second Cannæ. The empire rocked to its foundations. Sheer panic fell upon all that bore the name of Rome. The power and glory of the empire seemed stamped into the dust by the barbarian hordes. The struggle between Rome and the Teutons, which we have followed through 5 centuries, was drawing to a close. The Battle of Hadrianople introduces the last act of the great drama, the most pregnant with consequences which the history of the world has ever seen. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. Section 26. Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8. The Dynasty of Valentinian and Theodosius the Great. Part 1. The imperial throne was once more vacant, 16th to the 17th of February 364. But the army had learned the danger of a tumultuous election, and after the troops had advanced by an 8 days' march to Nicaea, both the civil and military authorities weighed with anxious deliberation the rival claims of possible candidates. Aquitius, tribune of the 1st Regiment of the Scutari men, knew to be harsh and uncultured. Januarius, a relative of Jovian, in supreme command in Illyricum, was too far distant, and at length one and all agreed to offer the diadem to Valentinian. The new emperor had not marched from Ancyra with the army, but had received orders to follow in due course with his regiment, the 2nd Scholar of Scutari. Thus, while messengers hastened his journey, the Roman world was for 10 days without a master. Valentinian was a native of Pannonia. His father, Gratian, a peasant rope seller of Cybele, had early distinguished himself by his strength and bravery. Risen from the ranks, he had become successively protector, tribune, and general of the Roman forces in Africa. Accused of peculation, he remained for a time under a cloud, only to be given later the command of the legions of Britain. After his retirement, hospitality shown to Magnentius led to the confiscation of Gratian's property by Constantius, but the services of the father made advancement easy for Valentinian. In Gaul, however, when acting under Julian's orders, he was dismissed from the army by Barbatio, but on Julian's ascension he re-enlisted. Valentinian's military capacity outweighed, even in the eyes of an apostate emperor, his pronounced Christianity, and an important command was given him in the Persian War. Later he had been sent on a mission to the west, bearing the news of Jovian's election, and from this journey he had but recently returned. The life story of Gratian and Valentinian is one of the most striking examples of the splendid career which lay open to talent in the Roman army. The father, a peasant unknown and without influence, by his ability rises to supreme command over Britain, while his son becomes Emperor of Rome. It is hardly surprising that barbarians were ready to enter a service which offered to the capable soldier such prospects of promotion. It may also be noticed in passing that in the Council of Nicaea only military officers were considered as successors of Jovian. We do not hear of any civil administrator as a possible candidate for the vacant throne. From the very day of his ascension, the character of Valentinian was declared. When the crowd bade him name at once the co-Augustus, he replied that but an hour before they had possessed the right to command, but that right now belonged to the emperor of their own creation. From the first, the stern glance and majestic bearing of Valentinian bowed men to his will. Through Nicomedia he advanced to Constantinople, and here in the suburb of the Hebdomon, on the 28th of March 364, he created his brother Valens co-emperor. He looked for loyal subjection and personal dependence, and he was not disappointed. With the rank of Augustus, Valens was content in effect to play the part of a Caesar. At Nisus, the military forces of the empire were divided, and many Pannonians were raised to high office. The new rulers were, however, careful to retain in their posts men who had been chosen both by Julian and Jovian. They wished to injure no susceptibilities by open partisanship. But even though Valentinian remained true to his constant principle of religious toleration and refused to favour the nominees either of a Christian or a pagan emperor, yet men traced a secret distrust and covert jealousy of those who had been Julian's intimates. Sallust, the all-powerful prefect, was removed, and accusations were brought against the philosopher Maximus. When both emperors were attacked with fever, a commission of high imperial officials was appointed to examine whether the disease might not be due to secret arts. No shred of evidence of any unholy design was discovered, but the common rumour ran that the only object of the inquiry was to bring into disrepute the memory and the friends of Julian. Those who had been loyal to the old dynasty began to seek a leader. At Sirmium, the brothers parted, Valentinian for Milan, Valens for Constantinople. They each entered on their first consulship in the following year, 365. And as soon as the winter was past, Valens travelled with all speed for Syria. It would seem that already the terms of the 30 years' peace were giving rise to fresh difficulties. Too many questions remained open between Rome and Persia. But as yet it was not foreign invasion, but domestic rebellion which was to endanger the life and throne of Valens. When Procopius had laid the corpse of Julian to rest in Tarsus, he himself discreetly vanished from the sight of kings and courtiers. It was a perilous distinction to have enjoyed the peculiar favour of the dead emperor. Before long, however, he grew weary of his fugitive existence. Life as a hunted exile in the Crimea was too dearly bought. In desperation he sailed secretly for the capital, where he found shelter in the friendly house of a senator, Strategius, while a eunuch, Eugenius by name, recently dismissed from the imperial service, put unlimited funds at his disposal. As he wandered unrecognised through the streets, on every hand he heard men muttering of the cruelty and avarice of Petronius, the father-in-law of Valens. The emperor himself was no longer in Constantinople, and popular discontent seemed only to need its champion. The regiments of the Divitenses and the Tungratani juniors, on their march from Bithynia for the defence of Thrace, were at the moment in the city. For 2 days Procopius negotiated with their officers. His gold and promises won their allegiance, and in their quarters at the Anastasian baths, the soldiers met under cover of night and swore to support the usurpation. Leaving the ink pot and stool of the notary, So ran the scornful phrase of the court rhetorician, this stage figure of an emperor, hesitating to the last, assumed the purple, and with stammering tongue harangued his followers. Any sensation was grateful to the populace, and they were content to accept without enthusiasm their new ruler. Those who had nothing to lose were ready enough to share the spoils, but the upper classes generally held aloof or fled to the court of Valens. None of them met Procopius as he entered the deserted Senate house. He relied for support upon men's devotion to the family of Constantine, as reinforcements bound for Thrace reached the capital. He came before them with Faustina, the widow of Constantius, by his side, while he himself bore her little daughter in his arms. He pleaded his own kinship to Julian, and the troops were won. Gomorius and Agillo, who had served Constantius well, were recalled from retirement and put at the head of the army, while to Julian's friend Phronemius was given the charge of the capital. Valentinian had advanced Pannonians, Procopius chose Gauls, for the Gallic provinces had most reason to remember Julian's services to the empire. Nebridius recently created Praetorian Prefect through the influence of Petronius, who held a prisoner and forced to write dispatches recalling Julius, who was in command in Thrace. The stratagem succeeded, and the province was won without a blow. The embassy to Illyricum, however, bearing the newly minted coinage of Procopius, was defeated by the vigilance of Aquitius. Every approach, whether through Dacia, Macedonia, or the pass of Succi, being effectually barred. The news of the revolt reached Valens as he was leaving Bithynia for Antioch, and he was only recalled from abject despair by the counsels of his friends. Procopius, with the Divitances and a hastily collected force, had advanced to Nicaea, but before the approach of the Jovi and victors, he retreated to Mygdus on the Sangarius. Once more the soldiers yielded when he appealed to their loyalty to the house of Constantine. The troops of Valens deserting, the degenerate Pannonian, the drinker of miserable barley beer, went over to the usurper. One success followed another. Nicomedia was surprised by the tribune Rumitalca, who forthwith marched to the north. Valens, who was besieging Charleston, was taken unawares and forced to fly for his life to Ancyra. Thus Bithynia was won for Procopius. His fleet under Marcellus attacked Cyzicus, and when once the chain across the harbour's mouth was broken, the garrison surrendered. With the fall of Cyzicus, Valens had lost the mastery of the Hellespont, while he could expect no help from his brother, since Valentinian had determined that the safety of the whole Roman Empire demanded his presence on the western frontier. Thus, during the early months of 366, while Procopius endeavoured to raise funds for the future conduct of the war, Valens could only await the arrival of Lupicinus. The emperor's final victory was indeed mainly due to an ill-considered act of his rival. Arbitio, the retired general of Constantius, had supported the usurper, but had declined an invitation to his court, pleading the infirmities of old age and ill health. Procopius replied by an order that the general's house should be pillaged, thereby turning a friend into a bitter foe. Arbitio, on the appeal of Valens, joined the camp of Lupicinus. His arrival at once inspired the emperor with fresh hope and courage, and gave the signal for wholesale defections from the usurper's forces. In an engagement at Thyatira, Gomorius procured his own capture and carried with him many of his men. After the march of Valens into Phrygia, Agillo in his turn deserted when the armies met at Nicolea. The soldiers refused to continue the struggle. 26th of May 366. Procopius was betrayed to the emperor by 2 of his own officers, and was immediately put to death. Imperial suspicion and persecution had once again goaded a loyal subject to treason and to ruin. His severed head was borne beneath the walls of Philippopolis, and the city surrendered to Aquitius. The ghastly trophy was even carried to Valentinian through the provinces of Gaul, lest loyalty to the memory of Julian should awake treason in the west. Valens could now avenge his terror and sate his avarice. The suppression of the rebellion was followed by a train of executions, burnings, proscriptions, and banishments, which caused men to curse the victory of the lawful emperor. The plea of kinship with the family of Constantine had induced some thousands of the Gothic tribesmen on the Danube to cross the Roman frontier in support of Procopius. Valens refused to recognise their defence, and depriving them of their weapons, settled them in the cities along the north boundaries of the empire. When discontent declared itself, in fear of a general attack, he acted on his brother's advice, and marched in person to the Danube, and for the 3 succeeding years, 367 to 369, the Gothic campaign absorbed his attention. With Marcianople as his base of operations, he crossed the river in 367 and 369. In the latter years he conquered Athanarish, and during the autumn concluded an advantageous peace. The emperor and the Gothic Judex met on a ship in midstream, for Athanarish professed himself bound by a fearful oath never to set foot upon Roman soil. During these years Valens, pursuing in the east his brother's policy, strengthened the whole of the Danube frontier line with forts and garrisons. Valentinian may indeed be styled the frontier emperor. His title to fame is his restoration of the defences of Rome in the west against the surging barbarian hordes. He was a hard-worked soldier prince, and the one purpose which inspires his reign is his fixed determination never to yield an inch of Roman territory. He had always before his eyes the terrible warning of his predecessor. In the year 364, when the emperor was still at Milan, ambassadors from the Alemanni came to greet him on his accession, and to receive the tribute which Roman pride disguised under the fairer name of gifts. Valentinian would not squander state funds in bounty to barbarians. The presents were small, while Ursatius, the Magister Officiorum, who took his cue from his master, treated the messengers with scant courtesy. They returned indignant to their homes, and in the early days of the new year, AD 365, the Alemanni burst plundering and ravaging across the frontier. Charietto, the count commanding in both Germanies, and the aged general Servianus, stationed at Cabellona, Chalons-sur-Saône, both fell before the barbarian onset. Gaul demanded Valentinian's presence. The emperor started for Paris in the month of October, and while on the march, news reached him of the revolt of Procopius. The report gave no details. He did not know whether Valens were alive or dead. But with that strong sense of imperial duty, which dignifies the characters of the 4th century emperors, he subordinated utterly the personal interest to the common weal. Procopius is but my brother's enemy and my own, he repeated to himself, and the Alemanni are the foes of the Roman world. Arrived at Paris, it was from that city that he dispatched Dagalaiphus against the Alemanni. Autumn was fast giving place to winter. The tribesmen had scattered, and the new general was dilatory and inactive. He was recalled to become consul with the emperor's son Gratian, January 366, and Jovinus, as Magister Equitum, took his place at the head of the Roman troops. 3 successive victories virtually concluded the campaign. At Scarpona, Charpain, one band of barbarians was surprised and defeated, while another was massacred on the Moselle. In negligent security, the Alemanni on the riverbank were drinking, washing, and dyeing their hair red, when from the fringe of the forest the Roman legionaries poured down upon them. Jovinus then undertook a further march and pitched his camp at Chalons-sur-Marne. Here there was a desperate engagement with a third force of the enemy. The withdrawal during the battle of the Tribune, Bolshebordes, seriously endangered the army's safety, but at length the day was won. The Alemanni lost 6,000 killed and 4,000 wounded. Of the Romans, 200 were wounded and 1,200 killed. In the pursuit, Ascari in the Roman service captured the barbarian king, and in the heat of the moment he was struck dead. After a few lesser encounters, resistance was for the time at an end. It was probably his interest in this campaign which had led Valentinian to spend the early months of 366 at Rheims. He now returned to Paris, and from the latter city advanced, end of June 366, to meet his successful general, whom he nominated for consulship in the succeeding year. At the same time, the head of Procopius reached him from the east, but in the high tide of success, he was struck down with a serious illness. Winter 366-7. The court was already considering possible candidates for the purple when Valentinian recovered, but realizing the dangers for the West, which might arise from a disputed succession, at Amiens on the 24th of August 367, he procured from the troops the recognition of the 7-year-old Gratian and co-Augustus. It may well have been the necessity for defending the northern coast against raids of Franks and Saxons which had summoned Valentinian to Amiens, and now on his way from that town to Trier, tidings reached him of a serious revolt in Britain. Full of Audes, the Roman general, together with Nectaridus, the commander of the coastline, count of the Saxon shore, had both met their deaths. In the autumn of 367, Severus, Count of the Imperial Guards, was dispatched to the island only to be recalled. Jovinus, appointed in his place, sent prototypes in advance to raise levies, while in view of the constant reports of fresh disasters, the Count Theodosius, the father of Theodosius the Great, was ordered to sail for Britain at the head of Gallic reinforcements. From Boulogne he landed at Rutepi, Richborough, spring 368, and was followed by the Batava, Heruli, Jovi, and Victors. Scenes of hopeless confusion met him on his arrival. Dicalidonus and Virturionus, the two divisions of the Picts, Atticotti and Scotti, Irish, all ranged pillaging over the countryside, while Frank and Saxon marauders swept down in forays on the coast. Theodosius marched towards London, and it would seem made this city his headquarters. Defeating the scattered troops of spoil-laden barbarians, he restored the greater part of the booty to the harassed provincials, while deserters were recalled to the standard by promises of pardon. From London, where he spent the winter, Theodosius prayed the emperor to appoint men of wide experience to govern the island, Civilis as pro-prefect, and Dulcitius as general. In this year, too, he probably co-operated with imperial troops on the continent in the suppression of Frank and Saxon pirates in the Low Countries and about the mouths of the Rhine and Wall. Valentinian himself advanced as far north as Cologne in the autumn of 368. In the year 369, Theodosius everywhere surprised the barbarians and swept the country clear of their robber bands. Town fortifications were restored, forts rebuilt, and frontiers regarrisoned, while the Ariani, a treacherous border militia, were removed. Territory in the north was recovered, and a new fifth province of Valentia or Valentinia created. The revolt of Valentinus, who had been exiled to Britain on a criminal charge, was easily crushed by Theodosius, who repressed with a strong hand the treason trials which usually followed the defeat of an unsuccessful usurper. When he sailed for Gaul, probably in the spring of 370, he left the provincials leaping for very joy. On his return to the court he was appointed to succeed Jovinus as Magister Equitum before end of May 370. While his lieutenant had been restoring order in Britain, Valentinian had been actively engaged in Gaul. The winter of 367-8 the emperor spent at Rheims, preparing for his vengeance upon the disturbers of the peace in the west. But the new year opened with a disaster, for while the Christian inhabitants of Mainz were keeping festival, Epiphany 368, the Aleman prince Rando surprised and sacked the town. The Romans, however, gained a treacherous advantage by the murder of King Withicab, and in the summer of the same year, the emperor, together with his son, invaded the territory between Neckar and Rhine. Our authorities give us no certain information as to his route. Perhaps he advanced by the Rhine road, and then turned off by Ettlingen and Pforzheim. Solicinium, near Rottenburg on the left bank of the Neckar, was the scene of the decisive struggle. The barbarians occupied a strong position on a precipitous hill. The Romans experienced great difficulty in dislodging them, but were at length successful, and the enemy fled over the Neckar by Lopudunum towards the Danube. The advantage thus gained was secured by the building of a strong fort, apparently at Altrip, and for its erection it seems possible that the ruins of Lopudunum were employed. The emperor spent the winter in Trier, and with the new year 369 based his great work of frontier defence extending from the province of Rhaetia to the ocean. Valentinian even sought to plant his fortresses in the enemy's territory. This was regarded by the Alemanni as a breach of treaty rights, and the Romans suffered a serious reverse at the Mons Piri, Heidelberg. The emperor accordingly entered into negotiations with the Burgundians, who were to attack the Alemanni with the support of the Roman troops. The Burgundians, long at feud with their neighbours over the possession of some salt springs on their borders, gladly accepted the emperor's overtures, and appeared in immense force on the Rhine. The confederates seemed more terrible than the foe. Valentinian was absent, superintending the building of his new forts, and feared either to accept or refuse the assistance of such dangerous allies. He sought to gain time by inaction, and the Burgundians, infuriated at his betrayal, were forced to withdraw, since the Alemanni threatened to oppose their homeward march. Meanwhile, Theodosius, newly arrived in Gaul from Britain, swept upon the distracted Alemanni from Rhaetia, and after a successful campaign was able to settle his captives as farmers in the valley of the Po. Macrian, king of the Alemanni, had been the heart and soul of his people's resistance to Rome. With the intention, therefore, of capturing this dangerous enemy by a sudden surprise, in September 371, Valentinian, accompanied by Theodosius, left Mainz for Aqua Mattiacae, but with the troops the opportunities for pillage outweighed the emperor's strictest orders. The smoke of burning homesteads betrayed the Roman approach. The army advanced some 50 miles, but the purpose of the expedition was defeated, and the emperor returned disappointed to Trier. Meanwhile, in the east, time only served to show the futility of Jovian's peace with Persia. Rome had sacrificed much, but had settled nothing. Sapor claimed that under the treaty he could do as he would with Armenia, which still remained the apple of discord as before, and that Rome had relinquished any right to interfere. But it was precisely this claim that Rome could never in the last resort allow. Armenia under Persian rule was far too great a menace. The chronology of the events which followed the treaty must remain to some extent a matter of conjecture. But from the first, Sapor seems to have enforced his conception of his rights, seeking in turn by bribes and forays to reduce Armenia to Persian vassalage. Valens, as early as 365, was on his way to the Persian frontier when he was recalled by the revolt of Procopius. At the close of the year 368, or at the beginning of 369, Sapor got possession of King Arsaces, whom he put to death some years later. In 369, it would appear, Persia interfered in the affairs of Hiberia. Sarmaces, ruling under Roman protection, was expelled, and Aspacures, a Persian nominee, was made king. In Armenia, the fortress of Artageresa, where the queen for ransom had taken refuge, was besieged 369, while her son Pap, acting on his mother's counsel, fled to the protection of Valens. In his flight he was assisted by Silesies and Artabans, Armenian renegades, who now proved disloyal to their Persian master. The exile was well received and accorded at home at Neo-Caesarea, when Musjeh, the Armenian general, prayed that the emperor would take effective action and stay the ravages of Persia. Valens hesitated. He felt that his hands were tied by the terms of the peace of Jovian. Terentius, the Roman dux, accompanied Pap on his return to Armenia, but without the support of the legions, the prince was powerless. Artajerk fell in the 14th month of the siege, winter 370. Foranson was hurried away to her death, and Pap was forced to flee into the mountains which lay between Lazica and the Roman frontier. Here he remained in hiding for 5 months. Persian pillage and massacre proceeded unchecked, until Sapor could leave his generals in command of the army, while 2 Armenian nobles were entrusted with the civil government of the country and with the introduction of the Magian religion. At length Valens took action, and the Count Arinthius, acting in concert with Terentius and Adius, was sent to Armenia to place Pap upon the throne and to prevent the commission of further outrage by Persia. In May 371, the emperor himself left Constantinople, slowly journeying towards Syria. Sapor's next move was an attempt to win Pap by promises of alliance, counselling him to be no longer the puppet of his ministers. The ruse was successful, and the king put to death both Silesies and Artabanes. Meanwhile, a Persian embassy complained that the protection of Armenia by Rome was a breach of her obligations under the treaty. In April 372, Valens reached Antioch. His answer to Persia was further interference in Hiberia. While Musjeh invaded Persian territory, Terentius, with 12 legions, restored Sarmaces as ruler over the country, bordering on Lazica and Armenia. Sapor, on his side, making great preparations for a campaign in the following spring, raising levies from the surrounding tribes and hiring mercenaries. In 373, Trajan and Valdemar marched to the east with a formidable army, having strict orders not to break the peace, but to act on the defensive. The emperor himself moved to Hierapolis in order to superintend the operations from that city. At Bagavan, the Romans were forced to engage, and in the result were victorious. A truce was concluded at the end of the summer, and while Sapor retired to Ctesiphon, Valens took up his residence in Antioch. End of section 26. Section 27 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 27, Chapter 8, Part 2, by Norman H. Baynes. Here in the following year 374, so far as we can judge from the vague chronology of our authorities, a widespread conspiracy was discovered, in which Maximus, Julian's master, Eutropius the historian, and many other leading philosophers and heathens were implicated. Anxious to discover who was to succeed Valens, some daring spirits had suspended a ring over a consecrated table, upon which was placed a round metal dish. About the rim of the dish was engraved the alphabet. The ring had spelt out the letters Theo, when with one voice all present exclaimed that Theodosius was clearly destined for empire. Born in Gaul of an old and honourable family, he had enjoyed a liberal education, and already held the second place among the imperial notaries. Distinguished for his humanity and moderation, in every post alike, his merits outshone his office. Absent from Antioch at the time, he was at once recalled, and the enthusiasm of his friends seemed to have shaken his loyalty. The life of Valens had previously been threatened by would-be assassins, and when the conspirators' secret was betrayed, the emperor's vengeance knew no bounds. He swept the whole of the Roman East for victims, and as at the fall of Procopius, so now his avarice ruled unchecked. If the accused's life was spared, proscription in bitter mockery posed as clemency, and the banishment of the innocent as an act of royal grace. For years the trials continued. We all crept about as though in Cimmerian darkness, writes an eyewitness. The story of Damocles hung suspended over our heads. Of Western affairs during those years, when the long-drawn game of plot and counterplot was being played between Valens and Sapor, we know but little. Valentinian remained in Gaul, autumn 371 to spring 373, doubtless busied with his schemes for the maintenance of security upon the frontiers, but detailed information we have none. Where Valentinian governed in person, we hear of no rebellions. The constitutions even show that a limited relief was granted from taxation, and that measures were taken to check oppression. But elsewhere, on every hand, the emperor's good intentions were betrayed by his agents. In Britain, a disorganised army and a harassed population could offer no effective resistance to the invader. Gross misgovernment in the Pannonian provinces made it doubtful whether the excesses of imperial offices or the forays of the barbarian enemy were more to be dreaded, while the story of the woes of Africa only serves to show how terrible was the cost which the empire paid for its unscrupulous bureaucracy. Under Jovian, 363-4, the Ostoriana had suddenly invaded the province of Tripolis, intending to avenge the death of one of their tribesmen, who had been burned alive for plotting against the Roman power. They laid waste to the rich countryside around Leptis, and when the city appealed for help to the commander-in-chief, Count Romanus, he refused to take any action unless supplied with a vast store of provisions and 4,000 camels. The demand could not be met, and after 40 days the general departed, while the despairing provincials at the regular annual assembly of their city council elected an embassy to carry statues of victory to Valentinian and to greet him upon his accession. At Milan, 364-5, the ambassadors gave, as it would seem, a full report of the sufferings of Leptis, but Remigius, the Magister Officiorum, a relative and confederate of Romanus, was forewarned and contradicted their assertions, while he was successful in securing the appointment of Romanus upon the commission of inquiry which was ordered by the emperor. The military command was given for a time to the governor Roricius, but was shortly after once more put into the hands of Romanus. It was not long before news of a fresh invasion of Tripolis by the barbarians reached Valentinian in Gaul, AD 365. The African army had not yet received the customary donative upon the emperor's accession. Palladius was accordingly entrusted with gold to distribute amongst the troops, and was instructed to hold a complete and searching inquiry into the affairs of the province. Meanwhile, for the third time, the desert clansmen had spread rapine and outrage through Roman territory, and for 8 days had laid formal siege to the city of Leptis itself. A second embassy, consisting of Jovinus and Pancratius, was sent to the emperor, who was found at Trier, winter 367. On the arrival of Palladius in Africa, Romanus induced the officers to relinquish their share of the donative and to restore it to the imperial commissioner as a mark of their personal respect. The enquiry then proceeded. Much evidence was taken, and the complaints against Romanus proved up to the hilt. The report for the emperor was already prepared when the count threatened, if it were not withdrawn, to disclose the personal profit of Palladius in the matter of the donative. The commissioner yielded and went over to the side of Romanus. On his return to the court, he found nothing to criticise in the administration of the province. Pancratius had died at Trier, but Jovinus was sent back to Africa with Palladius, the latter being directed to hold a further examination as to the truth of the allegations made by the second embassy. Men who, on the showing of the emperor's representative, had given false witness on the inquiry were to have their tongues cut from their mouths. By threats, trickery, and bribes, Romanus once more achieved his end. The citizens of Leptis denied that they had ever given any authority to Jovinus to act on their behalf, while he, endeavouring to save his life, was forced to confess himself a liar. It was to no purpose. Together with Ruricius, the governor, and others, he was put to death by order of the emperor, 369. Not even this sacrifice of innocent lives gave peace to Africa. Firmus, a Moorish prince, on the death of his father Nebule, had slain his brother. That brother, however, had enjoyed the favour of Romanus, and the machinations of the Roman general drove Firmus into rebellion. He assumed the purple, while persecuted Donatus and exasperated soldiers and provincials gladly rallied round him. Theodosius, fresh from his successes in Britain and Gaul, was dispatched to Africa by Valentinian as commander-in-chief, charged with the task of reasserting imperial authority. On examining his predecessor's papers, a chance reference caused the discovery of the plots of the last 8 years, but it was not till the reign of Gratian that the subsequent inquiries were concluded. Palladius and Remigius both committed suicide, but the arch-offender Romanus was protected by the influence of Merabordes. The whole story needs no comment. Before men's eyes, the powerlessness of the emperor and the might of organised corruption stood luridly revealed. For at least 2 years, Theodosius fought and struggled against odds in Africa. At length, discipline was restored amongst the troops. The Moors were defeated with great loss, and the usurper driven to take his own life. The Roman commander entered Sisyphus in triumph, 374. Hardly, however, was his master Valentinian removed by death when Theodosius fell a victim to the intrigues of his enemies at Carthage, AD 375-6. Baptized at the last hour and thus cleansed of all sin, he walked calmly to the block. We do not know the ostensible charge upon which he was beheaded, nor do our authorities name his accuser. But the evidence points to Merabordes, the all-powerful minister of Gratian. Theodosius had suspended Romanus and disclosed his schemes, and Romanus was the friend and protege of Merabordes. While it is clear that Gratian held in his own hands the entire West, including Africa, for as yet, 376, the youthful Valentinian II was not permitted to exercise any independent authority. Possibly Merabordes may have been assisted in the attainment of his ends by timely representations from the East, for the general's name began with the same letters which had only recently, 374, proved fatal to Theodorus. In 373, Valentinian had left Gaul for Milan, but returned in the following year, May 374, and after a raid upon the Alemanni, while at the fortress of Buryr near Basel, he learned in late autumn that the Quadi and the Sarmati had burst across the frontier. The emperor, with his passion for fortress building, had given orders for a garrison station to be erected on the left bank of the Danube, within the territory of the Quadi, while at the same time the youthful Marcellianus, through the influence of his father Maximinus, the ill-famed prefect of Illyricum, had succeeded the able general Aquitius as Magister Armorum. Gabinius, king of the Quadi, came to the Roman camp to pray that this violation of his rights might cease. The newly appointed general treacherously murders his guest, and at the news the barbarians flew to arms, poured across the Danube upon the unsuspecting farmers, and all but captured the daughter of Constantius, who was on her journey to meet Gratian, her future husband. Sarmati and Quadi devastated Moesia and Pannonia. The Praetorian prefect Probus was stupefied into inactivity, and the Roman legionaries at feud between themselves were rooted in confusion. The only successful resistance was offered by the younger Theodosius, the future emperor, who compelled one of the invading Sarmatian host to sue for peace. Valentinian desired to march eastward forthwith, but was dissuaded by those who urged the hardships of a winter campaign and the danger of leaving Gaul while the leader of the Alemanni was still unsubdued. Both Romans and barbarians were, however, alike weary of the ceaseless struggle, and during the winter Valentinian and Macrian concluded an enduring peace. In the late spring of 375, the emperor left Gaul. From June to August, he was at Carnuntum, endeavouring to restore order within the devastated province, and thence marched to Ansincum, crossed the Danube, and wasted the territory of the invading tribesmen. Autumn surprised him while still in the field. He retired to Siberia and took up his winter quarters at Brugaccio. The Quadi, conscious of the hopelessness of further resistance, sent an embassy excusing their action and pleading that the Romans were in truth the aggressors. The emperor, passionately enraged at this freedom of speech, was seized in the paroxysm of his anger with an apoplectic fit and carried dying from the audience hall, 17th of November, 375. Highly complexioned, with a strong and muscular body, cast in a noble and majestic mould, his steel blue eyes scanning men and things with a gaze of sinister intensity, the emperor stands before us as an imposing and stately figure. Yet his stern and forbidding nature awakes but little sympathy, and it is easy to do less than justice to the character and work of Valentinian. With a strong hand, Diocletian had endeavoured by his administrative system, and by the enforcement of hereditary duties, to weld together the Roman Empire, which had been shattered by the successive catastrophes of the 3rd century. To Valentinian it seemed as though the same iron constraint could alone check the process of dissolution. If it were possible, he would make life for the provincials worth the living, for then resistance to the invader would be the more resolute. He would protect them with forts and garrisons upon their frontiers, would lighten, if he dare, the weight of taxation, would accord them liberty of conscience and freedom for their varied faiths, and would, to the best of his power, appoint honest and capable men as his representatives. But a spirit of dissatisfaction and discontent amongst his subjects was not merely disloyalty, it was a menace to the empire, for it tended to weaken the solidarity of governors and governed. To remove an official for abusing his trust was, in Valentinian's eyes, to prejudice men's respect for the state, and thus the strain of brutality in his nature declared itself in his refusal to check stern measures or pitiless administration. To save the Roman world from disintegration, it must be cowed into unity. Without mercy to others, he never spared himself. As a restless and untiring leader, with no mean gifts of generalship and strategy, it was but natural that he should give preferment to his officers, till contemporaries bitterly complained that never before had civilians been thus neglected or the army so highly privileged. It could indeed hardly be otherwise, for with every frontier threatened it was the military captain who was indispensable. The emperor's efforts to suppress abuses were untiring. Simplicity characterized his court, and strict economy was practiced. His laws in the Theodosian Code are a standing witness to his passion for reform. He regulated the corn supply and the transport of the grain by sea. He made less burdensome the collection of the taxes levied in kind on the provincials. He exerted himself to protect the curials and the members of municipal senates. He settled barbarians as colonists on lands which were passing out of cultivation. He endeavoured to put a stop to the debasement of the coinage, while in the administration of justice he attempted to check the misuse of wealth and favour by insisting upon publicity of trial and by granting greater facilities for appeals. As a contemporary observes, Valentinian's one sore need was honest agents and upright administrators, and these he could not secure. Men only sought for power in order to abuse it. Had the emperor been served by more men of the stamp of Theodosius, the respect of posterity might have given place to admiration. Even as it was, in later days, when men praised Theodoric, they compared him with two great emperors of the past, with Trajan and Valentinian. At the time of the emperor's death, Gratian was far distant at Trier, and there was a general fear that the fickle Gallic troops now encamped on the left bank of the Danube might claim to raise to the throne some candidate whom they themselves had chosen. Perhaps Sebastianus, a man by nature inactive, but high in the favour of the army. Merabordes, the general in command, was therefore recalled as though by order of Valentinian, on a pretext of fresh disturbances upon the Rhine, and after prolonged consultation it was decided to summon the late emperor's 4-year-old son, Valentinian. The boy's uncle covered post-haste the 100 Roman miles which lay between Brugiccio and the country house of Muricincta, where the young prince was living with his mother Justina. Valentinian was carried back to the camp in a litter, and 6 days after his father's death was solemnly proclaimed Augustus. Gratian's kindly nature soon dispelled any fear that he would refuse to recognise this hurried election. The elder brother always showed towards the younger a father's care and affection. No partition of the West, however, took place at this time, and there could as yet be no question of the exercise of independent power by Valentinian II. Gratian ruled over all those provinces which had been subject to Valentinian I, and his infant colleague's name is not even mentioned in the constitutions before the year 379. Of the government of Gratian, however, we know but little. Its importance lies mainly in the fact that he was determined to be first and foremost an Orthodox Christian emperor, and even refused to wear the robe or assume the title of Pontifex Maximus, probably 375. Meanwhile, in the East, the fidelity of Pap grew suspect in the eyes of Rome. The unfavourable dispatches of Terentius, the murder of Catholicos Nerses, and the consecration of his successor by the king, without the customary appeal to Caesarea Mazacar, led Valens to invite Pap to Tarsus, where he remained virtually a prisoner. Escaping to his own country, he fell a victim to Roman treachery, 375. Still, Rome and Persia negotiated, and at length, 376, Valens dispatched Victor and Arbaceus with an ultimatum. The emperor demanded that the fortresses which of right belonged to Sarmaces should be evacuated by the beginning of 377. The claims of Rome were ignored, and Valens was planning at Hierapolis, July to August 377, a great campaign against Persia, when the news from Europe made it imperative to withdraw the Roman army of occupation from Armenia. For several years the European crisis engaged all the emperor's energies, and he was unable to interfere effectually in Eastern affairs. The Huns had burst into Europe, had conquered the Alans, subjected the East Goths, Ostrogoths, and driven the West Goths, Visigoths, to crave admission within the territory of Rome. Athanaric and Fritigern had become leaders of two distinct parties among the West Goths. Athanaric, driven before the Huns, had lost much of his wealth, and as he was unable to support his followers, the greater number deserted their aged leader and joined Fritigern. It seems possible too that religious differences may have played their part in these dissensions. Athanaric may have stood at the head of those who were loyal to the old religion. Fritigern may have been willing to secure any advantage which the profession of the Christian faith might win from a devout emperor. Whether this be so or not, it was the tribesmen of Fritigern who appealed to Valens. It was no usual request. The settling of barbarians as colonists on Roman soil was of frequent occurrence, while the provision of barbarian recruits for the Roman army was a constant clause in the treaties of the 4th century. Valens and his ministers congratulated themselves that, without their seeking, so admirable an opportunity had presented itself of infusing new life and vigour into the northern provinces of the empire. The conditions for the reception of the Goths were that they should give up their arms and surrender many of their sons as hostages. The church historians add the stipulation that the Goths should adopt the Christian faith, but this would seem to have been only a pious hope and not a condition for the passage of the Danube. Although it was only natural that the Goths should affect to have assumed the religion of their new fellow countrymen, the conditions were stern enough, but the fate which threatened the barbarians at the hands of the Huns seemed even more unrelenting. The Goths accepted the terms, but for the Romans the enforcement of their own requisitions was a work which demanded extraordinary tact and unremitting forethought. In face of this immense and sobering responsibility, which should have summoned forth all the energy and loyalty of which men were capable, the ministers of Valens, so far as we can see, did nothing. They left to chance alone the feeding of a multitude which none could number. It is not in their everyday peculations, nor in their habitual violence and oppression of the provincials, that the degradation of the bureaucracy of the empire is seen in its most hideous form. The weightiest count in the indictment is that when met by an extraordinary crisis, which imperilled the existence of the empire itself, the agents of the state, with the danger in concrete form before their very eyes, failed to check their lust or bridle their avarice. Maximinus and Lupicinus kept the Goths upon the banks of the Danube, in order to wring from them all they had to give, except their arms. Provisions failed utterly. For the body of a dog, a man would be bartered into slavery. As for the Goths, who remained north of the river, Athanarich, remembering that he had declined to meet Valens on Roman soil, thought it idle to pray for admission within the empire, and retired, it would seem, into the highlands of Transylvania. Now, however, that the imperial garrisons had been withdrawn to watch the passage of the followers of Fritigern, the Grutungi under Alathius and Saphrax crossed the Danube unmolested, although leave to cross the frontier had previously been refused them. Meanwhile, Fritigern slowly advanced on Marcianople, ready if need be to join his compatriots, who were now encamped on the south bank of the river. Still the Goths took no hostile step, but their exclusion from Marcianople led to a brawl with Roman soldiers outside the walls. Within the city, the news reached Lupicinus, who was entertaining Alavio and Fritigern to a feast. Orders were hurriedly given for the massacre of the Gothic guardsmen who had accompanied their leaders. Fritigern, at the head of his men, fought his way back to camp, while Alavio seems to have fallen in the fray, for we hear of him no more. The peace was at an end. 9 miles from Marcianople, Lupicinus was repulsed with loss. The criminal folly of the authorities of Hadrianople forced into rebellion the loyal Gothic auxiliaries who were stationed in the town. Barbarians bartered as slaves rejoined their comrades, while labourers from the imperial gold mines played their part in spreading havoc through Thrace. Thus at last the Goths took their revenge, and only the walls of cities could resist their onset. From Asia, Valens dispatched Profatorus and Trajan to the province, and they at length succeeded in driving back the barbarian host beyond the Balkans. The Roman army occupied the passes. Gratian had sent reinforcements from the west under Frigiridus and Richoma, and the latter was associated with the generals of Valens. The barbarians, drawing together their scattered bands, formed a huge wagon lager (carago) at a spot called Ad Salices, not far from Tomi. The Romans were still much inferior in numbers, and anxiously awaited an opportunity to pour down upon the enemy while on the march. For some time, however, the Goths made no move. When at length they attempted to seize the higher ground, the battle began. The Roman left wing was broken, and the legionaries were forced to retreat, but neither side gained any decisive advantage. The Goths remained for 7 days longer within the shelter of their camp, while the Romans drove other troops of barbarians to the north of the mountain chain. Early autumn 377. At this time Richoma returned in order to secure further help from Gratian, while Saturninus arrived from Asia with the rank of Magister Equitum, in command, it would seem, of reinforcements. But the tide of fortune which had favoured the Romans during the previous months now ebbed. The Goths, despairing of breaking the cordon or piercing the Balkan passes by promises of unlimited booty, won over hordes of Huns and Alans to their side. Saturninus found that he could hold his position no longer, and was thus forced to retire on the Rhodope chain. Save for a defeat at Deboltus, near the sea-coast, he successfully masked his retreat, while Frigiridus, who was stationed in the neighbourhood of Buryr, fell back before the enemy upon Illyricum, where he captured the barbarian leader Phanobius and defeated the Typhali. As in Valentinian's day, The captives were settled in the depopulated districts of Italy. The help, however, which was expected from the west, was long delayed. In February 378, the Lentienses chanced to hear from one of their fellow tribesmen, who was serving in the Roman army, that Gratian had been summoned to the east. Collecting allies from the neighbouring clans, they burst across the border some 40,000 strong. Panegyris said 70,000. Gratian was forced to recall the troops who had already marched into Pannonia, and in command of these, as well as of his Gallic legionaries, he placed Nanienus and the Frankish king Malibordes. At the Battle of Argentaria, near Colmar in Alsace, Priarius, the Bavarian king, was slain, and with him, it is said, more than 30,000 of the enemy. According to the Roman estimate, only some 5,000 escaped through the dense forests into the shelter of the hills. Gratian in person then crossed the Rhine, and after laborious operations among the mountains, starved the fugitives into surrender. By the terms of peace, they were bound to furnish recruits for the Roman army. The result of the campaign was a very real triumph for the youthful emperor of the West. Meanwhile, Sebastian, appointed in the East to succeed Trajan in the command of the infantry, was raising and training a small force of picked men with which to begin operations in the spring. In April 378, Valens left Antioch for the capital at the head of reinforcements drawn from Asia. He arrived on the 30th of May. The Goths now held the Shipka Pass and were stationed both north and south of the Balkans, at Nicopolis and Buryr. Sebastian had successfully freed the country round Hadrianople from plundering bands, and Fritigern, concentrating the Gothic forces, had withdrawn north to Kabyle. At the end of June, Valens advanced with his army from Melanthius, which lay some 15 miles west of Constantinople. Against the advice of Sebastian, the emperor determined upon an immediate march in order to effect a junction with the forces of his nephew, who was now advancing by Lauriacum and Sirmium. The eastern army entered the Maritsa Pass, but at the same time, Fritigern would seem to have dispatched some Goths southwards. These were sighted by the Roman scouts, and in fear that the passage should be blocked behind him and his supplies cut off, the emperor retreated towards Hadrianople. Fritigern himself, meanwhile, marched south over the pass of Bujuk Derbent in the direction of Nike, as though he would intercept communication between Valens and his capital. Two alternative courses were now open to the emperor. He might take up a strong position at Hadrianople and await the army of the west. This was Gratian's counsel brought by Ricimer, who reached the camp on the 7th of August. Or he might at once engage the enemy. Valens adopted the latter alternative. It would seem that he underestimated the number of the Goths, and it is possible that he desired to show that he too could win victories in his own strength, as well as the Western emperor. Sebastian, who had, at his own request, left the service of Gratian for that of Valens, may have sought to rob his former master of any further laurels. At dawn on the following morning, the 9th of August, the advance began. When about midday the armies came in sight of each other, probably near the modern Demeranglesia, Fritigern, in order to gain time, entered into negotiations. But on the arrival of his cavalry, he felt sure of victory and struck the first blow. We cannot reconstruct the battle. Valens, Trajan, and Sebastian all fell, and with them 2/3 of the Roman army. In the open country, no resistance could be offered to the victorious barbarians, but they were beaten back from the walls of Hadrianople, and a troop of Saracen horsemen repelled them from the capital. Victor bore the news of the appalling catastrophe to Gratian. In the face of hostile criticism, Valentinian had chosen Valens as his co-Augustus, intending that he should carry out in the East the same policy which he himself had planned for the West. His judgment was not at fault, for in the sphere of religion alone did the two emperors pursue different ends. Like an orderly with unfailing loyalty, Valens obeyed his brother's instructions. He too strengthened the frontier with fortresses and lightened the burden of taxation, while under his care magnificent public buildings rose throughout the eastern provinces. But Valentinian's masterful decision of character was alien to Valens. His was a weaker nature, which under adversity easily yielded to despair. Severity anxiously assumed tended towards ferocity, and a consciousness of insecurity rendered him tyrannical when his life or throne was threatened. His subjects could neither forget nor forgive the horrible excuses which marked the suppression of the rebellion of Procopius, or of the conspiracy of Theodosius. He was hated by the Orthodox as an Arian heretic and by the pagans as a Christian zealot, while it was upon the emperor that men laid the responsibility for the overwhelming disaster of Hadrianople. Thus there were few to judge him with impartial justice, and it is probable that even later historians have been unduly influenced by the invectives of his enemies. His imperious brother had made of an excellent civil servant an emperor who was no match for the crisis which he was fated to meet. On the news of the defeat at Hadrianople, Gratian at once turned to the general, who had shown such brilliant promise a few years before, in the defence of Moesia. The young Theodosius was recalled from his retirement in Spain, and put in command of the Roman troops in Thrace. Here, it would appear, he was victorious over the Sarmatians, and at Sirmium, in the month of January 379, probably 19th of January 379, Gratian created him co-Augustus. It was only after long hesitation that Theodosius accepted the heavy task of restoring order in the eastern provinces. But the decision once taken, there was no delay. Before the emperors parted company, their joint forces seemed to have defeated the Goths. Gratian then relinquished some of his troops in favour of Theodosius, and himself started with all speed for Gaul, where Franks and Vandals had crossed the Rhine. After defeating the invaders, Gratian went into winter quarters at Trier. Theodosius was left to rule the eastern prefecture, while it must perhaps remain a doubtful question whether eastern Illyricum was not also included within his jurisdiction. The course of events which led up to the final subjection of the Gothic invaders by Theodosius is for us a lost chapter in the story of East Rome. Some few disconnected fragments can, it is true, be recovered, but their setting is too often conjectural. Many have been the attempts to unravel the confused tangle of incidents which Zosimus offers in the place of an ordered history. But however the ingenuity of critics may amaze us, it rarely convinces. Even so bold a statement as that of the following paragraphs is, it must be confessed, in large measure but a hypothetical reconstruction. A pestilence had broken out amongst the barbarians besieging Thessalonica, and plague and famine drove them from the walls. The city could therefore be occupied without difficulty by Theodosius, who chose it for his base of operations. Its natural position made it an admirable centre. From it led the high roads towards the north to the Danube, and towards the east to Constantinople. Its splendid harbour offered shelter to merchant ships from Asia and Egypt, and thus the army's stores and provisions could not be intercepted by the Goths, while from this point military operations could be undertaken alike in Thrace and Illyricum. The first task to which Theodosius directed his commanding energy was the restoration of discipline among his disorganised troops. No longer did the emperor hold himself aloof, and unapproachable, being hedged about with awe and majesty. The conception, which had, since Diocletian, become a court tradition, gave place to the liberality and friendliness of a captain in the midst of his men. Early in June, Theodosius reached Thessalonica and dispatched Modares, a barbarian of royal blood, to sweep the Goths from Thrace. Falling upon the unsuspecting foe, the Romans massacred a host of marauders laden with the booty of the provinces. The legionaries recovered confidence in themselves, and the main body of the invaders was driven northwards. The emperor himself, with Thessalonica secured and garrisoned, marched north towards the Danube to Scupi, Uskub, 6th of July 379, and Vicus Augusti, 2nd of August. From the first he was determined to win the victory, if it were possible, rather by conciliation than armed force. It would seem probable that even in the year 379 he was enrolling Goths among his troops and converting bands of pillagers into Roman subjects. But in his winter quarters at Thessalonica, the emperor was struck down by disease, and for long his life hung in the balance. February 380. He prepared himself for his end by baptism, the magical sacrament which obliterated all sin, and was therefore postponed till the hour when life itself was ebbing. Military action was paralysed, and the fruits of the previous year's campaign were lost. The Goths took fresh courage. Fritigern led one host into Thessaly, Epirus and Acacia and Achaia. Another under Alatheus and Saphrax devastated Pannonia, while Nicopolis was lost to the Romans. Gratian hastened perforce to the help of his disabled colleague. Bauto and Arbogast were dispatched to check the Goths in the north, and in the summer Gratian himself marched to Sirmium, where he concluded a truce with the barbarians, under which the Romans were to supply provisions, while the Goths furnished recruits for the army. It is probable that Gratian and Theodosius met in conference at Sirmium in September. The danger in the south was averted by the death of Fritigern. Without a leader, the Gothic host turned once more southwards. In the autumn, Theodosius was back in Thessalonica, and in November he entered Constantinople in triumph. This fact of itself must signify that the immediate peril was past. End of section 27. Section 28 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. Section 28. Chapter 8, Part 3. The Dynasty of Valentinian and Theodosius the Great, by Norman H. Baynes. Meanwhile, Sebastian, appointed in the east to succeed Trajan in the command of the infantry, was raising and training a small force of picked men, with which to begin operations in the spring. In April 378, Valens left Antioch for the capital at the head of reinforcements drawn from Asia. He arrived on the 30th of May. The Goths now held the Shipka Pass, and were stationed both north and south of the Balkans at Nicopolis and Buryr. Sebastian had successfully freed the country round Hadrianople from plundering bands, and Fritigern, concentrating the Gothic forces, had withdrawn north to Kabyle. At the end of June, Valens advanced with his army from Melanthius, which lay some 15 miles west of Constantinople. Against the advice of Sebastian, The emperor determined upon an immediate march in order to effect a junction with the forces of his nephew, who was now advancing by Lauriacum and Sirmium. The eastern army entered the Maritsa Pass, but at the same time Fritigern would seem to have dispatched some Goths southwards. These were sighted by the Roman scouts, and in fear that the passage should be blocked behind him and his supplies cut off, the emperor retreated towards Hadrianople. Fritigern himself, meanwhile, marched south over the pass of Bujuk Derbent in the direction of Nike, as though he would intercept communication between Valens and his capital. Two alternative courses were now open to the emperor. He might take up a strong position at Hadrianople and await the army of the west. This was Gratian's counsel brought by Ricimer, who reached the camp on the 7th of August. Or he might at once engage the enemy. Valens adopted the latter alternative. It would seem that he underestimated the number of the Goths, and it is possible that he desired to show that he too could win victories in his own strength, as well as the Western emperor. Sebastian, who had, at his own request, left the service of Gratian for that of Valens, may have sought to rob his former master of any further laurels. At dawn on the following morning, the 9th of August, the advance began. When about midday the armies came in sight of each other, probably near the modern Demeranglesia, Fritigern, in order to gain time, entered into negotiations. But on the arrival of his cavalry, he felt sure of victory and struck the first blow. We cannot reconstruct the battle. Valens, Trajan, and Sebastian all fell, and with them 2/3 of the Roman army. In the open country, no resistance could be offered to the victorious barbarians, but they were beaten back from the walls of Hadrianople, and a troop of Saracen horsemen repelled them from the capital. Victor bore the news of the appalling catastrophe to Gratian. In the face of hostile criticism, Valentinian had chosen Valens as his co-Augustus, intending that he should carry out in the east the same policy which he himself had planned for the west. His judgment was not at fault, for in the sphere of religion alone did the two emperors pursue different ends. Like an orderly with unfailing loyalty, Valens obeyed his brother's instructions. He too strengthened the frontier with fortresses and lightened the burden of taxation. Security rendered him tyrannical when his life or throne was threatened. His subjects could neither forget nor forgive the horrible excuses which marked the suppression of the rebellion of Procopius or of the conspiracy of Theodosius. He was hated by the Orthodox as an Arian heretic and by the pagans as a Christian zealot, while it was upon the emperor that men laid the responsibility for the overwhelming disaster of Hadrianople. Thus there were few to judge him with impartial justice, and it is probable that even later historians have been unduly influenced by the invectives of his enemies. His imperious brother had made of an excellent civil servant an emperor who was no match for the crisis which he was fated to meet. On the news of the defeat at Hadrianople, Gratian at once turned to the general, who had shown such brilliant promise a few years before in the defence of Moesia. The young Theodosius was recalled from his retirement in Spain and put in command of the Roman troops in Thrace. Here, it would appear, he was victorious over the Sarmatians, and at Sirmium, in the month of January 379, probably 19th of January 379, Gratian created him co-Augustus. It was only after long hesitation that Theodosius accepted the heavy task of restoring order in the eastern provinces. But the decision once taken, there was no delay. Before the emperors parted company, their joint forces seemed to have defeated the Goths. Gratian then relinquished some of his troops in favour of Theodosius, and himself started with all speed for Gaul, where Franks and Vandals had crossed the Rhine. After defeating the invaders, Gratian went into winter quarters at Trier. Theodosius was left to rule the eastern prefecture, while it must perhaps remain a doubtful question whether eastern Illyricum was not also included within his jurisdiction. The course of events which led up to the final subjection of the Gothic invaders by Theodosius is for us a lost chapter in the story of East Rome. Some few disconnected fragments can, it is true, be recovered, but their setting is too often conjectural. Many have been the attempts to unravel the confused tangle of incidents which Zosimus offers in the place of an ordered history. But however the ingenuity of critics may amaze us, it rarely convinces. Even so bold a statement as that of the following paragraphs is, it must be confessed, in large measure but a hypothetical reconstruction. A pestilence had broken out amongst the barbarians besieging Thessalonica, and plague and famine drove them from the walls. The city could therefore be occupied without difficulty by Theodosius, who chose it for his base of operations. Its natural position made it an admirable centre. From it led the high roads towards the north to the Danube, and towards the east to Constantinople. Its splendid harbour offered shelter to merchant ships from Asia and Egypt, and thus the army's stores and provisions could not be intercepted by the Goths, while from this point military operations could be undertaken alike in Thrace and Illyricum. The first task to which Theodosius directed his commanding energy was the restoration of discipline among his disorganized troops. No longer did the emperor hold himself aloof, and unapproachable, being hedged about with awe and majesty. The conception, which had, since Diocletian, become a court tradition, gave place to the liberality and friendliness of a captain in the midst of his men. Early in June, Theodosius reached Thessalonica and dispatched Modares, a barbarian of royal blood, to sweep the Goths from Thrace. Falling upon the unsuspecting foe, the Romans massacred a host of marauders laden with the booty of the provinces. The legionaries recovered confidence in themselves, and the main body of the invaders was driven northwards. The emperor himself, with Thessalonica secured and garrisoned, marched north towards the Danube to Scupi, Uskub, 6th of July 379, and Vicus Augusti, 2nd of August. From the first he was determined to win the victory, if it were possible, rather by conciliation than armed force. It would seem probable that even in the year 379 he was enrolling Goths among his troops and converting bands of pillagers into Roman subjects. But in his winter quarters at Thessalonica, the emperor was struck down by disease, and for long his life hung in the balance. February 380. He prepared himself for his end by baptism, the magical sacrament which obliterated all sin, and was therefore postponed till the hour when life itself was ebbing. Military action was paralysed, and the fruits of the previous year's campaign were lost. The Goths took fresh courage. Fritigern led one host into Thessaly, Epirus and Achaia. Another under Alatheus and Saphrax devastated Pannonia, while Nicopolis was lost to the Romans. Gratian hastened perforce to the help of his disabled colleague. Bauto and Arbogast were dispatched to check the Goths in the north, and in the summer Gratian himself marched to Sirmium, where he concluded a truce with the barbarians, under which the Romans were to supply provisions, while the Goths furnished recruits for the army. It is probable that Gratian and Theodosius met in conference at Sirmium in September. The danger in the south was averted by the death of Fritigern. Without a leader, the Gothic host turned once more southwards. In the autumn, Theodosius was back in Thessalonica, and in November he entered Constantinople in triumph. This fact of itself must signify that the immediate peril was past. End of section 28. Section 29 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 29, Chapter 8, The Dynasty of Valentinian and Theodosius the Great, by Norman H. Baynes. Part 4. Fortune now favoured Theodosius. Fritigern, his most formidable opponent, was dead, and at length the pride of the aged Athanarich was broken. Wearied out by feuds among his own people, he, together with his followers, sought refuge amongst his foes. On the 11th of January, 381, he was welcomed beyond the city walls by Theodosius and escorted with all solemnity and kingly pomp into the capital. 14 days later he died, and was buried by the emperor with royal honours. The magnanimity of Theodosius and the respect paid to their great chieftain did more than many military successes to subdue the stubborn Gothic tribesmen. We hear of no more battles, and in the following year peace was concluded. Saturninus was empowered to offer the Goths new homes in the devastated districts of Thrace, and the victors of Hadrianople became the allies of the empire, pledged in the event of war to furnish soldiers for the imperial army. Themistius, the court orator, could express the hope that when once the wounds of strife were healed, Rome's bravest enemies would become her truest and most loyal friends. Peace was hardly won in the East before usurpation and murder threw the West into turmoil. In the early years of the reign of Gratian, Christian and pagan alike had been captivated by the grace and charm of their youthful ruler. His military success against the Lentienses, his heroic efforts to bring help to the East in her darkest hour, and the loyal support which he had given to Theodosius, only served to heighten his popularity. The Orthodox found in him a fearless champion of their cause. The incomes of the Vestal Virgins were appropriated in part for the relief of the imperial treasury, and in part for the purposes of the public post. In future, the immemorial sisterhood was to hold no real property whatever. The altar and statue of Victory, which Julian had restored to the Senate House, and which the tolerance of Valentinian had permitted to stand undisturbed, were now ordered to be removed. 382. Damasus, Bishop of Rome, and Ambrose, Bishop of Milan, claiming to represent a Christian majority in the Senate, prevailed upon the emperor to refuse to receive an embassy headed by Symmachus, of the leading pagans in Rome, and the church was overjoyed at the uncompromising zeal of their emperor. But the radiant hopes which men had formed of Gratian were not fulfilled. His private life remained blameless, and he was still liberal and humane, but affairs of state failed to interest him, and he devoted his days to sport and exercise. His love for the chase became a passion, and he would take part in person in the wild beast hunts of the amphitheatre. Emergencies which, in the words of a contemporary, would have taxed the statesmanship of a Marcus Aurelius, were disregarded by the emperor. He alienated Roman sentiment by his devotion to his German troops, and although he might court popularity amongst the soldiers by permitting them to lay aside breastplate and helm, and to carry the spiculum in place of the weighty pilum, yet the favours shown to the Alans outweighed all else, and jealousy awoke disaffection amongst the legionaries. The malcontents were not long in finding a leader. Magnus Clemens Maximus, a Spaniard, who claimed kinship with Theodosius and had served with him in Britain, won a victory over the Picts and Scots. In spite of his protests, the Roman army in Britain held him as Augustus early in 383, and leaving the island defenceless, he immediately crossed the Channel, determined to strike the first blow. From the mouth of the Rhine, where he was welcomed by the troops Maximus marched to Paris, and here he met Gratian. For 5 days the armies skirmished, and then the emperor's Moorish cavalry went over to the usurper in a body. Gratian saw his forces melting away, and at length, with 300 horsemen, fled headlong for the Alps. Nowhere could he find a refuge, for the cities of Gaul closed their gates at his approach. The accounts of his death are varied and inconsistent, but it would seem that Andragotheus was sent by Maximus hot foot after the fugitive. At Lugdunum, by a bridge over the Rhone, Gratian was captured by means of a stratagem and was murdered within the city walls. Assured of his life by a solemn oath, and thus lulled into a false security, he was treacherously stabbed by his host while sitting at a banquet, 25th of August 383. The murderer, who was perhaps Andragotheus himself, was highly rewarded by Maximus. Forthwith the usurper sent his chamberlain to Theodosius to claim recognition and alliance. The historian notices, as a remarkable exception to the customs of the time, that this official was not a eunuch, and further states that Maximus would have no eunuchs about his court. Theodosius had planned a campaign of vengeance for the death of the young ruler to whom he owed so much, but on the arrival of the embassy, he temporized. It would be dangerous for him to leave the East. In Persia, Ardashir, 379 to 383, had just died, and the policy of the new monarch, Sapor III, 383 to 388, was quite unknown. Troubles had arisen on the frontier. The nomad Saracens had broken their treaty of alliance with Rome, and Ricimer had marched on a punitive expedition. Although the Goths were now peacefully settled on Haemus and Hebrus, and had begun to cultivate their allotted lands, although it was once more safe to travel by road, and not only by sea, yet for many years the Scyri, the Carpi, and the Huns broke ever and again across the boundaries of the empire, and gave work to the generals of Theodosius. The newly won quiet and order in Thrace might easily have been imperilled by the absence of the emperor. With the deliberate caution that always characterized his action, save when he was seized by some gust of passion, Theodosius acknowledged his co-Augustus and ordered statues to be raised to him throughout the East. Africa, Spain, Gaul, and Britain, it would seem, acknowledged Maximus, while even in Egypt the mob of Alexandria shouted for the Western emperor. Meanwhile, upon his brother's death, Valentinian II began his personal rule in Italy. For the next few years, Ambrose and Justina fight a long-drawn duel to decide whether mother or bishop shall frame the young emperor's policy. On Justina's death, there remained no rival to challenge the influence of Ambrose. The latter was indeed throughout Valentinian's reign the power behind the throne. Born probably in 340, the son of a praetorian prefect of Gaul, he had been educated in Rome until in the year 374 he was appointed consularis of Aemilia and Liguria. In this capacity he was present at the election, autumn 374, of a new bishop in Milan, while he was taking anxious precautions lest the contest between Arian and Orthodox should end in bloodshed. A child's cry, says the legend, of Bishop Ambrose suggested a candidate whom both factions agreed to accept. The city would take no refusal, Against his will, the statesman-governor became the statesman-bishop. Thus, in the winter of 383-4, although Valentinian looked to Theodosius for help and counsel, Constantinople seemed to the court at Milan to lie at a hopeless distance, while Maximus in Gaul was perilously near. The emperor instinctively turned to Ambrose, his one powerful protector, while even Arianism forgot its feud with orthodoxy. At Justina's request, the bishop started on an embassy to secure peace between Gaul and Italy. Maximus, however, desired that Valentinian should leave Milan and that together they should consider the terms of their agreement. Ambrose objected that it was winter. How in such weather could a boy and his widowed mother cross the Alps? His own authority was only to treat for peace. He could promise nothing. Accordingly, Maximus sent his son Victor, shortly afterwards created Caesar, to Valentinian to request his presence in Gaul. But the net had been spread in the sight of the bird, and Victor returned from his mission unsuccessful. When he arrived at Mogontiacum, Ambrose left for Milan and met on the journey Valentinian's envoys bearing a formal reply to the proposals of Maximus. If the bishop's diplomacy had achieved nothing else, precious time had been gained, for Bauto had occupied the Alpine passes and thus secured Italy from invasion. End of section 29. Section 30 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 30. Chapter 8, The Dynasty of Valentinian and Theodosius the Great, by Norman H. Baynes. Part 5. In the year 384, the pagan party in Rome had taken fresh heart. The emperor had raised two of their number to high office. Symmachus had been made urban prefect, and Praetextatus praetorian prefect. Men began to hope for a repeal of the hostile measures of Gratian, and a resolution of the Senate empowered Symmachus to present to Valentinian their plea for toleration, and in especial for the restoration of the altar of victory. Gratian had thought, the prefect contended, that he was fulfilling the Senate's own desires, but the emperor had been misled. The Senate, nay Rome herself, prayed to retain that honoured symbol of her greatness, before which her sons for countless generations had pledged their fate. It was the loyalty to their past, and to that Godhead before whom their ancestors had bowed, that had made the Roman masters of the world, and had filled their lands with increase. It was a high and noble argument, but it availed nothing before the scornful taunts of Ambrose, and Valentinian dismissed the ambassadors with a refusal. At this time, a Persian embassy arrived in Constantinople, 384, announcing the accession of Sapor III, 383 to 388, and bringing costly gifts for Theodosius, gems, silk, and even elephants. While in 385, the emperor secured the submission of the revolted eastern tribes. In the following years, the disputed question of predominance in Armenia was revived. Stilicho was sent to represent Rome at the Persian court, and in 387, a treaty between the two great powers was concluded, whereby Armenia was partitioned. Some districts were annexed by Rome and some by Persia, while two vassal kings were in future to govern the country, some 4/5 of which was to acknowledge the supremacy of Persia, and the remaining 1/5 the lordship of Rome. Modern historians have condemned Theodosius for his acceptance of these terms, but he needed peace on the eastern frontier if he were to march against his western rival. And his predecessors had all experienced the extreme difficulty of retaining the loyalty of Armenian kings. Better a disadvantageous partition with security, he may have argued, than an independent state in secret alliance with the enemy. The emperor was, in fact, forced to recognise the strength of Persia's position. In the west, Ambrose once more travelled to Gaul, at Valentinian's request, upon a diplomatic mission, probably at the end of 385 or in 386. He sought the consent of Maximus to the burial of Gratian's corpse in Italian soil, but permission was refused. Maximus was heard to regret that he had not invaded Italy on Gratian's death. Ambrose and Bauto, he muttered, had foiled his schemes. When the bishop returned to Milan, he was convinced that the peace could not endure. Indeed, events showed the profound suspicion and mistrust which underlay fair-seeming concord. Bauto was still holding the Alpine passes when the Juthungi, a branch of the Alemanni, entered Rhaetia to rob and plunder. Bauto desired that domestic pillage should recall the tribesmen to their homes, and at his instigation, the Huns and Alans who were approaching Gaul were diverted and fell upon the territory of the Alemanni. Maximus complained that hordes of marauders were being brought to the confines of his territory, and Valentinian was forced to purchase the retreat of his own allies. Preparing for the coming struggle with Maximus absorbed the attention of Theodosius in the east, and the exceptional expenditure placed a severe strain upon his resources. In one and the same year, it would seem, January 387, the emperor celebrated his own Decennalia and the quinquennalia of his son Arcadius, who had been created Augustus in the year 383. On the occasion of this double festival, heavy sums in gold were needed for distribution as donatives among the troops. In consequence, an extraordinary tax was laid upon the city of Antioch, and the magnitude of the sum demanded reduced the senators and leading citizens to despair. But with the inherited resignation of the middle classes of the Roman Empire, they yielded to inexorable fate. Not so the populace. Turbulent spirits with little to lose, and led by foreigners, clamoured round the bishop Flavian's house. In his absence, their numbers swollen by fresh recruits from the city mob, they burst into the public baths intent on destruction, and then overturning the statues of the imperial family, dashed them to pieces. One house was already in flames, and a move had been made towards the imperial palace, when at length the authorities took action. The governor, or comes orientis, interfered, and the crowd was dispersed. Immediately the citizens were seized with hopeless dismay as they realised the horror of their crime. A courier was forthwith dispatched with the news to the emperor, while the authorities, attempting to atone by feverish violence for past neglect, began with indiscriminate haste to condemn to death men, women, and even children. Some were burned alive, and others were given to the beasts in the arena. The glory of the East saw her streets deserted, and men awaited in shuddering terror the arrival of the imperial commissioners. While Chrysostom, in his Lenten homilies, endeavoured to rouse his flock from their anguish of dread, while Libanius strove to stay the citizens from headlong flight, the aged Flavian, braving the hardships of winter, journeyed to Constantinople to plead with Theodosius. On Monday of the third week of the fast, The commissioners arrived: Caesarius, Magister Officiorum, and Helibicus, Magister Militia, bearing with them the emperor's edict. Baths, circus, and theatres were to be closed. The public distribution of grain was to cease, and Antioch was to lose her proud position and be subject to her rival, Laodicea. On the following Wednesday, the commission began its sittings. Confessions were wrung from the accused by torture and scourgings, but to the unbounded relief of all, no death sentences were passed, and judgment upon the guilty was left to the decision of Theodosius. Caesarius himself started with his report for the capital. Sleepless and unresting, he covered the distance between Antioch and Constantinople in the incredibly short space of 6 days. The prayers of Flavian had calmed the emperor's anger, and the passionate appeal of Caesarius carried the day. Already the principal offenders had paid the forfeit of their lives. The city, in its agony of terror, had drained its cup of suffering. Let Theodosius have mercy and stay his hand. The news of a complete amnesty was borne hot-foot to Antioch, and to the joy of Easter were added the transports of a pardoned city. End of section 30.